show. We are live. Hi, everybody. It's me and Enzo. We've just been having a chin wag out the back, so now we're here to talk to you. And I hope that everybody's doing well. And I wonder if anybody noticed. I said to Enzo, "What do you think of my shelves?" Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there we go. Sorry, muted. I do have the YouTube chat up, guys, but I'll be looking at the one in StreamYard thing. Hi, Michael, Sunsaver. Who else is here? Foxfire. Mwah. Hope you're all right today. And that's all in a minute. Oh, Michael, did I say good hello to you? I think so. But there you go. There's 7 watching, apparently. Oh dear. So guys, yeah, just have a look in the back. I've got my debunkers up there. So there's my crow, and there's the shape. That's a mask the shape sent me.
Okay.
And I made a side-eye guy. I got a little ghost. I was going to just make a ghost with the side-eye guy's got, when he does his videos, Enzo, he's got his face, but he's also got a ghost that wears sunglasses. And I thought, I'll make a ghost with sunglasses. And I thought, I'll do a half-half. I'll do a hybrid. So it's side-eye guy and a ghost.
Everybody knows who it is.
Yeah, so there you go. So I'm waiting. There's another debunker called Beardo, and his wife is making me a little crocheted Beardo doll. So at some point, I'll get a Beardo doll and it'll be up there as well. So there you go. So guys, if there's anything in particular that's happened this week in around any paranormal type situation, not gossip. Hi, Stormy Night. Hi, Cheryl. Get Spooky Society. Well, they're all coming in now. Terrific. But if there's anything in particular, like in the comments, sort of say, hey, what about this or what about that? Because Enzo and I, once we get talking, blah, 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 you know what I'm like. I don't shut up. Enzo even has to interrupt.
That's right. Then I won't shut up. So
that's right. And then Enzo won't shut up. What was I going to ask you about? There was something I was going to ask you about, Enzo, to do with
about UFOs or about space?
Space? Oh, yeah, not the. Oh, well, actually, the UFO thing. I don't know what's going on with that. I've just kind of given up a little bit. Is there anything I've missed this week? I haven't given up. I still believe, but I've just kind of given up a little bit on the Peru thing's getting weird. The Mexican thing was weird.
The Mexican thing. There's a slight update there.
Oh, all right. What's the update? Please tell.
The minor update is they did have some local doctors there, and I say scientists of some type. There in Mexico that did take one of the bodies and did some basic scans and analysis, and because one of the big things about it is a few years ago there were slightly different Nazca mummies that were uncovered, and it was the same guy did the same thing. Must be aliens. And upon closer examination, it was like, okay, the body is from a real 1,000-year-old mummy child, but the head has been removed and replaced with a shaved down head of a dog or something like that, and put on bolted on backwards. It's kind of gross, really, if you think about it. But what the scientists, in their early exam, physical exams and basic stuff, looking at it, says that that is not the case with whatever these new Nazca mummy are that they released a couple weeks ago. Yeah. That it appears to be one creature. It's not bolted together animals, multiple animals all bolted together, duct tape or whatever it is they're using in those other ones. So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
But usually any kind of DNA analysis or something further, that takes weeks to do. So we'll hear more about it. Yeah, Foxfire it was a llama head.
Yeah. But actually that makes sense because it was that sort of shape. So yeah, But oh well, that's good. It's good. That means some scientists have got a hold of the body, and we'll see what happens. So, and it does. It takes longer than weeks. It takes months sometimes for DNA types. Yeah. So, watch this space. What else, Enzo? You were going to say something else?
The what is their actual title? The here in the States, the Border Patrol released a few unknown videos that fall under the UAP category. Quietly, I think it was yesterday is when they dropped them. I think there's like six or eight. I looked at a couple of them, and the ones that I looked at were very obviously some type of drone. I wouldn't but they weren't like your regular quadcopter type drone. There was one that it looked to me like almost like a hang glider with some kind of a big motor apparatus bolted underneath of it. I had no sense of scale, so I don't know if it was, 2 feet wide or 12, but so there's things like that out there where it's like, we don't know what these are, but we're releasing them under this, transparency thing and stuff like that. So if you do know what it is, let us know, kind of a thing.
Yeah, I saw those briefly this morning. I watched my nerd report, and he had the footage up. And yeah, to me, they look like drones. It looked like a drone, but again, so far off, no context to size, so very hard to say. But
it's all night vision stuff, so it's all black and white and a little grainy, a little blurry, and very reminiscent. There's one famous like UFO video, I think it was in Puerto Rico, where it was the same kind of a deal where they were tracking this one object that was kind of like flying over the little airport they were at and all that. And you can actually see where it goes out over the ocean and does appear to like go under the water for a second and then dip back out as it's zipping along. And it's not very big. We're talking, smaller than man size for sure. But,
I wonder if someone's invented a drone that goes underwater. I mean, you could certainly invent a drone that goes underwater. That shouldn't be too hard for a science-minded person.
Well, this was about 10 years ago, I think. This particular one that I'm talking about, and it was flying really low over the water and does appear to like kind of like it gets out into the heavier waves and kind of like goes under the water for a second and then kind of drifts back up. I mean, I guess you could make a drone like that, but it's
not 10 years
ago. Yeah, it's not something that you or I could buy off the shelf.
No, I'll just say a few others have come in. I hope I haven't missed anyone. Mike B's there, and Kaza G and Stormy Night. I'm pretty sure I said hello. And if I haven't said hello to you, you haven't said hello to me, and I'll say hello. Professional paranormal researchers here. Who else? I think that's it. I think I've got everybody, haven't I? But I'm glad you're all here. We're just what? It was a drone importing cocaine for Donald Trump. Oh, hey. No more conspiracy theories, please. What else was I? I've been doing some research for my upcoming Bobby Mackey episode, but I've decided to split because, again, you jump down a rabbit hole and it's like, more. So I've done my basic research for the Bobby Mackey place, but I had read an article, in the research. A lady had put together some information. It was pretty good info, and she had things written down, and she had a little map. And back in the day, where Bobby Mackey now stands, it was called Finchtown, right? Like a bird, Finch. So I read up on a murder that took place for a young lady, Pearl Bryan, and they say that Bobby Mackey could be haunted or whatever because they think that the murderers, because they decapitated the lady, threw her head down a drain, a well, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, I've been to Bobby Mackey's and there's no well there. There's certainly a drainage, like where you would drain off crap out into the river. And when we went to Bobby Mackey's, we were told, oh, no, it was never a slaughterhouse. That's wrong. it was a distillery and the slaughterhouse was further down. Well, I got a hold of the old map. I got a hold of old newspaper articles, and basically I'll put it in the episode, but I overlaid a current day map and all that sort of thing. No, Bobby Mackey's was definitely a slaughterhouse back in the day, and it was demolished. And then Bobby Mackey's was built, but it wasn't called Bobby Mackey's. It was a beautiful building. But anyway, so that's one kind of episode, but I wanted to go more on the murder side of things with the young lady that was murdered. And I'm currently still going through reading the court, the reports from the court, like defence and prosecution and all that sort of thing. So I'm just going to do an episode on her because that's really interesting. There's a lot of, while I'm reading through it, there's a lot of stuff that I've heard before, but then there's a lot of stuff that no one's ever talked about. And I'm like, interesting. So I'm putting my detective hat on for that one. So that drain that's in Bobby Mackey's, that was because it was a slaughterhouse. And that's where all the crap would get drained from. But that'll be in my episode. So I was glad to find that. Yeah, and I found a picture. I know what where the distillery was, and that's further up. Like, so if you're looking at the map, Bobby Mackey's is here and the distillery was up here, but they were close together, but not that close. And so,
here's the distilleries.
Yeah. To the brown medicine. But yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. But it's just, and then sometimes I hit a wall. Sometimes I look for things and it's just nothing. There's nothing. With Bobby Mackey's, luckily there's old records. So sometimes as much as I want to research, I can only research a certain amount because a lot of the stories are word of mouth and told. And so it's, when this happened to me or that happened to me, a little bit like the Waverly Hills Sanatorium, stories are told there. And just, they're not, I don't know. Whatever. It's kind of like, no. Let's see, who have I missed? Because there I would going off again. Bloody hell. Who's Donald? I'm looking in the thing. Donald. Oh, Trump. Okay. Now let's not talk about Mr. Trump, please. Not in my thing, Not. I don't want to start arguments in the chat about Mr. Trump. All right.
I know.
But I used to like him when he would say, "You're fired." I used to watch that.
A lot of people did.
Yeah. And I liked him in when he made an appearance in Home Alone in New York.
Home Alone 2. Yeah.
Home Alone 2, yeah. And little Kevin's running through the lobby, I think, and he bangs into him. I thought that was cute. Stormy, yes. Stormy's just said that she loves the little side-eye guy I've got in the back. I made him yesterday. I got bored. I was telling Enzo I wanted to make the ghost, you know how he has the ghost in his thing with the sunglasses. But then I thought, no, I've got Crow's mask. I've got the Shapes mask. And side-eye guy hasn't got a mask yet. But someone could make him one of those with a 3D printer, I reckon, a mask. Someone, I don't know. Yeah, there's ways to make masks, but yeah, because he wants to remain faceless, which I don't blame any of them, to be quite honest, because they get a lot of hateful people.
Like, I get it.
Yeah, so far I get hateful comments in other people's. Like if I try not to make comments sometimes, but comments help a channel. But sometimes I make a comment that other people don't like, and I'll get some nasty things. And I think, oh my goodness, like they don't even have a name. Like they're just like
sort of like us.
Well, yeah, but people know I'm Karen. Like that's my name. People find me on the Facebook all the time. So, but like I'm happy if I say something. I'll stand behind what I say, and if I'm ever proven wrong, okay, fair enough. I don't mind. But yeah, I can be argumentative, I guess. but I try not to. Oh dear. Oh yeah, a lot. It's true. Mike's just saying the good people of the world take a lot of heat. Oh, I am a good person, although other people would beg to differ. It just depends. Hi, Tanya. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you see things and you make a comment, and my comments are generally stay. I'm thoughtful of the fact that I try to stay neutral in my comment, but make but one must look at it this way perhaps, and we'll see or whatever. And I'll make a nice comment, and someone, it doesn't matter what, will say, I got told in one comment the other day that I was an unfeeling bee. I thought,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, crikey. And I thought, yeah, righto. And I just, things like that, you just ignore. Like I didn't.
That's the best thing is, I don't know how we as a society got to this weird point of being super polarized, where if your opinion's different than what I believe, you're crazy and wrong. And it's just, how the hell did we get here? It used to be you could have, agree to disagree type comments, and especially when you're talking about something like paranormal stuff and things like that. None of us really know. I mean, we can make educated guesses or have our own personal opinions, but
we don't know.
I don't get it.
And that's why, like, if I'm reasonably sure of something, like I was when I did my little episode on the Sally House, I'm not reasonably sure, I'm positive. So I didn't mind putting my opinion out there. Now, having said that, somewhere down the track, if someone shows up with actual proper written proof, photographic proof, I don't know, and says, hey, but did you know this? I will stand corrected. I'll say, well, okay, when was that? Like, where'd you get that from? Like, whatever. I'm happy to be corrected, because sometimes when I find these things out, I'm really sad. Like, I think, just tell the truth. Don't tell fibbers. Sunsaver says, amen, Enzo. It's a sad situation of social warfare. It is. It was not like
especially
this
in this topic. It's just, I understand where some people go like really far out there with some of their, beliefs and stuff like that. But the thing is, when it comes, because of course, I've been pretty public about my opinion about, I think, UFOs and cryptids and ghosts and all that stuff are kind of all related somehow. There's something they all have in common. That's why you get weird places where you get all of it, like, Mount Shasta, the Bridgewater Triangle, Skinwalker Ranch, places like that have all of these things in this very tiny area. That couldn't possibly be 20 different things all at the same time happening. It seems like they're kind of interconnected, and I think to figure that out, we kind of have to step outside of our little safe box a little bit to think outside the box, because normal science can't explain it. Is there weird stuff? Sure. There's a lot of people with a lot of reports all over the world for crazy stuff. I don't think there's anybody. I'm sure there's somebody that's probably stumbled on it, and they're either in an insane asylum someplace, or they're in a deep government lab someplace underground being studied, how they figured it all out. But it's, to sit there and just, throwing rotten vegetables and eggs at each other over usually simple things. It's usually not something so outlandish that you should have these knockdown dragouts that you get like that. But that's the internet nowadays, where you disagree with me, you're evil. Just
or you're
send their flying monkeys at. Yeah, start sending the flying monkeys after you because you said something you didn't like. It's like, oh, come on, grow up. We're enough of this.
And it's kind of weird. Like, I think was it Foxfire? Someone said, Yeah, Foxfire. And Catherine, I don't want to be in your world if getting abused every day is what you're copying. Foxfire said the country has changed. It's the world has changed. Like it's
Oh yeah.
I'm
kind of tired of it.
I was trying to have a conversation with my daughter yesterday, and we have some good conversations, and sometimes I just stop because I've got to remember she's younger, and sometimes it takes the younger ones time to catch on to what I mean. But I was trying to explain that, yes, there's things about when I was growing up in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s were probably the best. The 70s were crap. The 80s were fun. But it was a different world. So the things that we laughed at and thought funny then, not so much anymore, because in this timeline, people look at any sexual joke as, anything like that. It's kind of like, oh, you shouldn't say that, or you shouldn't. What does that mean, or whatever? And I think, it's funny. No, it's not. It's funny. It's offensive. And I'm like, yeah, all right, okay. But back in the day, it was funny. And yes, some things you look back at, like any Aussies or New Zealanders or even Americans, you probably know who Paul Hogan is, Crocodile Dundee. Back in the 70s, he had a television program. So it was, I can't remember what it was, the Paul Hogan Show, right? Now, he'd get girls in bikinis giving him massages, and he'd show you different things. I've shared things with Crow, and he's like, oh, man, you couldn't do that nowadays. And no, you couldn't. Like, there was a scene where he's giving a lady a massage, and his roommate comes in, so they're both giving her the massage, but she's got a face down. She goes, oh, my, you've got big hands, because they're rubbing all, like, there's 4 hands. And you laughed at that. Whereas now, oh, my God, you couldn't even go there. And I sort of think, but I also remember, and then I'll finish my sort of rant. It's not really a rant, but things are different. Like, even if you remember Ellen, her show, she had, I can't remember what she called him, but her gardener. And he'd come in and she'd tell him to take his shirt off. He had to take his shirt off to do her gardening. And he was a good-looking man, whatever. Or she'd get her male guests on, and they'd all be like Zac Efron and stuff with their shirts off and their muscles, And I thought, I enjoyed it, but what I thought at the time was we still had women saying, oh, don't you sexualize me, don't you? But plenty of ladies, even still today, go along to the Magic Mike show. There's Ellen, who's a lesbian, and she's objectifying men. Why can't men feel objectified? And why is it just women feel objectified? Like, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. So if a woman can say, oh, get your shirt off, show me your muscles, hello, isn't that like, So that's just, I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's good on either end, but we do it. And I think even Heather and I, when we were on our drive a few weeks ago, and we drove past some workmen on the road, and I've gone, oh, look at that. Like, because the workmen are there, or, and I
think the weird success of the first Aquaman movie is, I couldn't even finish it. It was not a good movie, but a lot of women went and saw, Jason Momoa running around dripping wet for half the movie, and so people have made a lot of money,
Yeah,
and I just think the second one will make that much, though.
I mean, there's a big difference in my mind, and I'm sure people will disagree with me. Yeah, I used to love the Benny Hill show too, and I was way too young to be watching it. but yeah, he's mind explosion. But again,
little guy there.
Yeah. But again, it was a different time, so you can't go back in time and judge people back in time, because and in that time it was okay. Now it's not okay. So whatever, we'll deal with it and go forward. But back in the day, and when I was younger and before that, and you watch Johnny Carson, I mean, sexist much? Of course he was. They all were. Like, but that was how it was. And just, you can't go back and go cook at people for what used to be acceptable. So what was acceptable back in the day was acceptable. People didn't carry on about it. People didn't take offense, or if they did, they'd turn around and tell someone to get stuffed. You know, if somebody said something to me that I thought was a little bit over the line, like, you know, I'd say, oh, you friggin' sleaze, shut up, you know, like you just tell them to shut up and they go, or whatever. So people, you just dealt with it. But of course, we didn't have social media. Now we have social media, so people get on social media and deal with it that way instead of just fronting up and saying, "Oi, stop it! Don't talk to me like that. I don't like it." You know, that's how we used to deal with it. You just tell whoever. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's how I used to deal with it anyway.
It's a lost art. Trying to view everything through a modern day lens for people today, it's like that's the wrong way to go about it. There's perspective in all of this, you know.
Yeah.
Was it necessarily, you know, right, you know, how things went, you know, 30, 40, you know, years ago and beyond? You know, no, not really. But to totally shame and wall off that area of history that's basically only like 15 years older.
I'm not going to read this out. I'm not going to read this one out. Princess Scary, but you've just made me giggle. Can you read that, Enzo?
You want me to read it?
No.
Princess Scary. Oh, no. I'll read it.
All right, go on.
Everyone seems to want to go to Virginia these days. I agree. Virginia is very nice.
Yes, and
they should wipe the sand out and be less sensitive about all this shit. Yeah,
that's right.
Thumbs up. I give you thumbs up for that.
It's kind of what's it? Tanya, nothing is acceptable anymore. You can't breathe without someone saying something. Yeah, no.
Well, the important part about that, though, is who is that someone that's saying something? Some anonymous zero on Twitter that who cares? Do what you want. I mean, if you're not genuinely hurting somebody's feelings, you know, whatever. I mean, come on. I mean, jokes are jokes. I mean, there's some hilarious stuff out there. And I know in the U.S., because we are this weird melting pot of a zillion different cultures from all over the world, you know, that kind of like racial type humor and stuff that's kind of how we laugh at each other, you know. And I always felt like that's better. You know, it's not that they're necessarily making, you know, all fingers are pointing at one specific group and saying, haha, you're dumb because you're from wherever, or have whatever background or any of those things. It's like that's kind of how you make, honestly, if you think on the smaller scale, when you were like in junior high school or whatever, that's kind of how you made friends. Kind of poke fun at somebody like, hey, nice shirt you got on there. You know, how many would you get? 3 for $1? You know, you know, just little stuff like that, you know, just silly stuff. And, you know, you laugh. Okay, I get it. That's actually kind of funny. And, or you say, screw you, and you start fighting. But the thing is you don't do that either, you know, because it's neither one of those. Now we're at this weird quasi zombie level somewhere in between where nothing is the result. No friends are gained, but there's no enemies gained either because you're not actually fighting anybody. It's all anonymous zeros on the internet.
And everyone's yeah, and everyone, Soul Seeker Sandy, I hope I don't put you to sleep, but if I do, sleep well and have a nice sleep, because it's probably, I don't know what time it is where you are, Sandy. Maybe you can tell me. I get sad. I kind of feel like social media is great. I mean, here we all are. We're all in this, you know, everyone's in the chat. We're talking. There's great things about it. But I think the fact that people people can stay anonymous and say some really atrocious things. People can stay anonymous and make horrible accusations, and they're anonymous. You can't even address the person and say, "Oi, yeah, oi." Like the other day, I got told, I was a bee because I was heartless. I'm like, and I just think, back in the day, like you say, there was none of this. There was none of this. If someone wanted to say something to you, they said it to your face.
Right.
If there was something going on in the news, you'd ring up the radio station and you'd say, "Oh my goodness!" and people call in. It was, if you said something, you had to be prepared to say it to the person's face or shut your mouth. Now it's just people just get in there and say some revolting stuff. Hi, Raw Paranormal. I don't know. There's good and bad, but people are allowed to have an opinion, and you don't necessarily have to agree with their opinion. That's the whole point of having a conversation and educating each other on your points of view. So someone might say, "Oh, I don't like peanut butter. I love peanut butter. Oh, how can you love peanut butter?" Well, blah 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 blah, and you just, I'm using that as a euphemism, but yeah,
Sure.
you're back and forward, and then sometimes when someone actually puts their point of view across, and you're having a proper conversation, you go, "Oh yeah, well, I never thought of it that way," and it's educating you. But yeah, I used to love the world.
And some people go like super specific with stuff where it's like they're like narrowing it down to like the tiniest sliver of things. It's like, oh, peanut butter's okay. Wait a minute, creamy or chunky peanut butter? Which one is it that you like?
And it's so I don't know, but I like it. Oh, hang on, what's Sunset saying? I was getting trolled for talking about physics, free energy. Oh, really? Yeah, some people are funny. Like some people are really weird about what they go on about, and I'm like, geez. What's that? Be careful, Princess just went through a storm. What storm, Princess? What did I miss? Tanya, you keep me informed with all the gossip, please, that I might be missing while I'm talking my head off. And yes, it was Mike B's birthday, day before yesterday, Mike, I think. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, dear Mike B. Happy birthday to you.
Light the candles. Oh, God. Whoa.
Oh, no. Enzo's on fire.
It's a little bit strong. We may not want to do that again.
Yeah, Soul Seeker, the world is getting a little overwhelming, I reckon.
Well, and I get what you're saying there, but that's only if you give them the attention that they're so looking for. Is if somebody rolls up in the chat or even in your mentions on Twitter or whatever social media platform you're using, and they're giving you grief, so who cares?
They can't.
If they're harassing you or whatever, where it's like, all right, I'm kind of getting tired of seeing this guy show up in the thing. I don't block them. I'll mute them. Let them scream into the void, thinking that they're getting to me. I'm not hearing it. I don't care.
Yeah.
But it's in most cases, as long as you don't respond, as if it's something stupid. I mean, because I will, in like good faith, do like one initial exchange. My engagement with hashtag UFO Twitter has been a total sample set of one, because it got super ridiculous very quickly. It's like I'm totally proof. They saw they had this video that they were showing, and I came up with like their own NASA's. It was something off of NASA, and I pulled up like NASA's website. It's like they explain what this is. It was a satellite imagery from one of the solar observer type satellites. And basically it showed it's still it's a standard old school glass camera style kind of a thing out in orbit around the kind of out in the sun, where what it's for is it's to show whenever there's coronal mass ejections from the sun and how it blows out across our solar system. Basically, is a warning to us, if we've got a CME heading our way, kind of a thing to prepare for it. And because it's kind of like a top-down view of the solar system, because it's way above the ecliptic plane, because of the inner planets circling, around the sun, it's still glass lenses and stuff like that where you'll get reflections because it's reflecting off of these super bright inner planets, comparatively, where it creates this if you've ever used optic, if you've ever taken your camera and moved it around to where the sun causes that weird glare that's it's basically something like that, which according to this guy was showing this massive giant spaceship headed right for us, that kind of. I was like, okay, look at the scale on this tiny pixel is Earth. Your spaceship is about 5 times bigger than that. There's not a window on the planet that you couldn't look out of and see this thing in the sky if this was really passing by the Earth. I mean, it's so big it would throw the gravity of the moon would have been chucked out into the solar system someplace. It's so big. And I gave him a link. This is the deal. This is, it's caused by reflections off of the lenses because this is kind of normal. You've probably done it yourself with your own camera if you've been outside in the sunlight, blah, 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 blah. Well, the response was well, I understand what you're saying, but I don't believe that. What?
No.
What? Huh? Why would you not believe that? What do you think it is? Nothing. It's okay, I guess we have giant motherships that are 5 times bigger than the entire planet just swooping around this inner solar system, and nobody noticed. It's all right, you got to keep an even head about some of this stuff sometimes.
Well, you do.
You don't want to hear it.
No. Is anyone in the chat want me to talk about anything in particular? Let me know if you do.
Were we doing an MAA? Ask us anything?
Yeah. Yes. Ask me anything. Does anyone remember that wow signal that was captured in the 70s?
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. That was in the, where is that array? The array of...
well, there's a few of them that, because that was a SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence project, where they have a number of different arrays around there. There's a giant one in California where they have a dozen different smaller satellite or type receivers where they will focus on particular areas. My own opinion on that, the wow signal, because there was this point where, for a very brief period of time, I think that's key, is there was this spike on this very narrow band, radioactive of electromagnetic spectrum, I should say, where they got this spike of activity where it was only seconds long. It wasn't very long, but it was certainly, from what research they did, that they could do, it wasn't a satellite that just happened to be, they're looking at this one specific point up in the sky. And if a satellite happens to get between the two, of course, it's going to pick that up. Even if it's not on the same frequency or whatever, it's just because you're looking for something in deep space. If you have a telescope looking at something very far away and somebody jumps in front of you with a flashlight, of course, you're going to be blinded by, your telescope kind of an idea. But if it was a message from some other civilization, someone else out there in a different star, and the same would go for us. If we were hey, we're going to transmit to this star because through all of our, because that was actually another big news thing this week, space wise, is the James Webb Telescope discovered some early telltale things, and people are scientists are still kind of arguing over whether it means, but basically the building blocks of life, from studying the atmosphere of an exoplanet, another star, I don't even recall how far away it is, but in any case, we're that James Webb Telescope. We're learning a lot. We're learning how little we know is in a lot of cases, and that's good. That's a good thing.
I
It's
thought of getting
expanding our
myself a telescope, but then
they're fun. They're a lot of fun.
they are fun. I'd like to just to look at the stars and stuff. I don't live in a second-story house, so I can't, perv on the neighbours. Not that I would.
Are you close to a major city?
Yeah. Well, 40 minutes out of
light
Brisbane.
pollution wise is why.
Light pollution not too bad here at the moment. So yeah, because it was rural, but now they're knocking everything down, building houses. So for the moment, but I could go camping and take it. I'm just going to answer Catherine's question. Hang on, Enzo. Hold.
Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Hold that. Catherine, the next hunt I'm going on will probably be in November when I get to Virginia City, because there's a few places around here that I'd like to go to, but Side-Eye Guy is going, he wants to come with me, and I'm not a professional anything. You've seen me, but I kind of know what to do. So Side-Eye was just going to come with me and do something, but I've got to find something general to his area, which is not as easy as one would think. There's plenty of haunted places, but they're all run by, it's very different in America. It's different in America. You can go to a haunted place, pay, and you've got it for the night or whatever. Here, not so much. Here it's like, oh no, you can come for one of our 20 people ghost paranormal, and it's like, oh dude, that's no good. No, can I just have it for a few hours even? No, you have to come with our paranormal group, and you have to do it with us. So it's not, and a lot of places that are haunted don't want you in there. It's very different. So there's a few places in Brisbane Central itself that are supposedly haunted, but when you approach them, it's like a no. We don't want to be associated with that. So no, you cannot come and investigate. So I'm still trying to find somewhere to take him, but there's plenty of places outside of Brisbane. But yeah, he's sort of for the moment he's sort of stuck to the Brisbane area. So I'm still working on that and trying to get that done before I go to America in November. But when I'm in America, I'm going to the Nevada State Prison. I'll go back to the Sutro Tunnel. I'm going to go to the Mackey Mansion only because I will. Oh, maybe I won't. I don't know. I might just feed the Mackey Mansion chickens instead. I do that, Enzo, when I go to Virginia City, because my friend Connie, that's who I'll be staying with, they're her chickens, like the Mackey Mansion belongs to her partner. So I go with her every morning and we feed the chickens and check the raccoon trap. I've not caught a raccoon in her trap. So she reckons, I'll bite you. Nah. But so there's a few things I'm going to do when I'm there, a few exciting things. So we'll see. And Kazza, there's a few places around the Gold Coast. I've been to one, which is the tunnel, an old tunnel. Name escapes me at the moment, but I went during the day, would not go there at night. I can tell you now, no freaking way. Not because I'd be scared of it being haunted, but because God knows who's going to be at the other end of the tunnel. But that I did episode on that tunnel, so it's in there somewhere. But yeah, it's just not many places. There's probably plenty of places, but not that you can actually investigate the way you can in America. So it's pretty shit. And people go to the cemeteries. There's a couple of cemeteries, but I don't like that. I don't find that respectful. I don't mind going to look at the cemetery at night time with the tours and be told some of the stories, but to investigate in a cemetery, I had wheat picks. Be quiet. Sorry, it was Collingwood. It's a little dog. This was. I'll get off that subject for a minute. This was my Uncle Billy passed away a year before my son did, and Uncle Billy, my grandma, and everybody, they came from Collingwood back in the day, which is a suburb in Melbourne. And there's a football team called Collingwood who apparently got into the finals. I only saw that today. So they're in the grand final. But yeah, my uncle, when he passed away in the hospital, this used to make him laugh a lot, and it was his. So I took it, and but it goes off randomly. So just ask me then what I had for breakfast, and if I push the button,
oh, your fingers are cold.
Did you hear that? Oh, your fingers are cold. It goes off, what are you doing today? Hey, turn the light off and stuff like that. So it's my treasure. So it's up here with my other treasures. But there you go. So I hope that answers your question, Catherine. And so that was that. And someone else asked me something. Oh, I don't know. If you ask me something and I missed it, ask me again. I'm a shocker.
The traditional thing is to use all capital letters for whatever your question is for the panel, and that way it sticks out. That way you can go back to it.
Off topic. I noticed that. Oh, we're not off topic now. We're back on topic. You know what we're like.
We go off road all the time.
All the time. Off topic. I noticed that none of the UFO channels know how to pronounce the name of the new NASA UAP chief guy. His name is pronounced McInerney. Mac and cheese. McInerney. Just for the record. What? How are they saying it? Are they saying it different?
Well, during the original briefing about it, they weren't releasing his name because, as it turns out, much like we talked about earlier, people on the internet are mean. So they were trying to keep this person anonymous, which, I mean, I kind of get it. I mean, I don't blame them, because you don't want every wackadoo calling you up on the phone telling you, I saw a UFO in my backyard that abducted the chickens and now they don't lay eggs. Whatever it is. All of these stories, and I kind of get it, but they were very steadfast during the briefing, where the actual reporters that were asking questions, like, what do you mean you're not telling us who the guy is that's in charge of this whole thing? It's kind of important. Oh no, we're trying to keep his privacy, but we're all about transparency here at NASA. That's not transparency by not telling us what the person's name is.
People are making fun of me. In a nice way. Okay, so
heads on a pike.
They're not on a pike. The shape is a teddy bear. The crow is Winnie the Pooh. And Side-Eye Guy is a ghost. No one's on a pike. They're just my, actually, because Side-Eye Guy's coming on in a minute, he said. So be ready.
Oh.
So our pommy mate. So I don't even think I can call him a pom anymore. Back in the day, we used to call anyone from England a pom. Oh, you bloody pommy, we'd say. Whinging bloody poms. But my ancestry is Scottish and English, so we're all poms. But yeah, you've got to be careful what you say. Now, I'm not being racist, all right? I'm telling you how it used to be. I used to work with a lady from Spain. She was my best friend. She was Carmen Aguado was her name. And she was my son's godmother, best friends. And we used to make fun of each other. She'd call me a bloody Aussie, and I'd call her a bloody wog. So it was all in, tongue in cheek. Those words could be used rather nastily back in the day, but not. You would be with your mates. It was a different thing. You'd call each other names. Like she'd say, "Oh, you bloody Aussie," as in like an insult, or she'd call me. She was telling. We were walking back from our canteen. We worked at the same place. We were walking back from the canteen, and she was telling me all about this fruit that she liked. And she's going, "Mongo," and I said, "Mongo? What's a mongo? What's a mongo?" And she goes, "They're fruits." And I've gone, "Oh, mango." And she goes, "Mango." She said,
mango.
Yeah, she goes, "You bloody Australian." And I said, "Oh, you bloody wog." And off we'd walk, and it was all tongue-in-cheek. It was all fun, and I miss those days because now if you're out somewhere and saying something, you've got to be so careful. But never mind.
Live your life. Who cares about the nonsense?
Oh, yeah. Kazza says my little heads on pikes, but they're not. Are very adorable. They are adorable.
We are sliding into the spooky season, of course, coming up on Halloween. So the creepy mask there, like directly over your head. That one.
Oh, I'm going to decorate. There'll be some little for the season of October. There'll be some. I'll do some, decoration. Sunsaver says I've never seen a ghost, but lots of UAP. I just met a guy who has seen a ghost but never seen a UFO. I just told him to keep looking up. You'll see one sooner or later. I think that's where I cut you off earlier because I said I wanted the telescope and go camping. See, we're back roundabout. We're back again. I'd like to get a telescope and go out bush, but I hate camping. That's the only thing.
Actually, they have very fancy high-tech telescopes now where if you want to see a very specific thing in the sky where I want to look at the Andromeda galaxy, it's like the size of a lunchbox, and you just kind of sit it outside and it aligns itself where it knows which way is north, south, east, west. It gets your GPS and all that stuff, coordinates and all that. And you like, show me the Andromeda galaxy. Beep, 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 beep. There it is. And you can take pictures of it, and you can actually, because there's a thing in astronomy called in astral photography where it's called layering. All these like amazing pictures of deep sky objects like nebulas and galaxies and stuff like that. When you look at it just through a regular telescope, it's pretty disappointing. It's just this like kind of whitish, blurry kind of mess. But if you take multiple pictures, and it's called stacking, where you're stacking the same image of the same thing on top of each other, the colors really start coming out then. But you can even do that with these new smart telescopes that are called it's not the traditional big giant long thing and all that stuff. They're pretty fancy, very high-tech stuff, and there's some that are in the sub $500 range that are fairly affordable. Astronomy stuff is not a cheap hobby, but what's actually cool about like where you live down in the southern hemisphere is you can actually see things that a lot of us in the northern hemisphere never see.
Yep.
You can see the small and large Magellanic clouds, which is here I'll skip to this is our Milky Way galaxy where we live.
I want to see the Milky Way.
We kind of live like right there. But the small and large Magellanic clouds, Magellan named him after himself, imagine that, are actually like two smaller, like globular galaxies that are just outside of the Milky Way, because we live in the Milky Way. Right about
there. Is that okay? There you go.
So they're kind of like outside of you've got the basic disk of the Milky Way, and then slightly outside of it there's the two they're very small unformed galaxies, so it's just kind of a blob of a bunch of different stars.
Do you see that, Enzo?
Yes, this is my real room. See, I can like go all the way back.
I heard those bottles clinking. How many bottles have you got down there?
So it's only a couple of empties. I don't see what the big deal is. Man needs hobbies,
Oh gosh.
We'll go back to the bar.
Yeah, back to the bar. Mike, I did talk about it a moment ago, but Side-Eye Guy's coming on in a minute, so I'll talk about it again, the investigation part, because that way I can talk to Side-Eye about what he might like to do, sort of thing. But yeah, I because I'm going to be in Nevada. Can you buy like little portable telescopes? Probably not.
I mean, I guess it can, but they're not that great. If you're going to go small portable, just get a nice set of binoculars.
Maybe someone who knows Nevada better than me and is near Virginia City somewhere, or Dayton or Carson City. Maybe someone there knows where someone's got a telescope and knows how to look at the stars in the sky, because that'd be a good spot to be in. Like
even some of the lower end telescopes have like a little mini computer bolted to them that you can program them in for. There's an alignment process for it.
I just say, find me a UFO.
Well, if it was that easy, we'd all be the experts and we'd all have amazing footage. But
dear, who was it? Where am I? Where are you? Princess Scary. You should email me, because I don't like Ouija boards. I'll tell a story about that as to why. But I'd certainly have one if you made it. I'd buy it. And put it on my shelf somewhere. That'd be pretty cool. Just to have it, not to use it, because I don't like the Ouija board thing. I don't know. I think they might be a bit dangerous. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, who knows? Catherine, I'm not sure. When you said burn, is that burn Max Bar? It must be the accent thing. Bobby Mackey. Is that what you're talking about? Let me know, because I did talk about Bobby Mackey's, which is the bar in Kentucky. I've just been bloody researching it.
It's near Louisville, right?
Yeah. It's not called. I've got Finchtown in my head because that's where it is. That's what it used to be called. So in my head is Finchtown, but it's not called. It hasn't been called Finchtown since the turn of the 1900s, just before. Starts with W. Wilder, Kentucky. Wilder. Blonde under the red. What's blonde under the red? What? I don't know. I'm missing things. What am I missing? Why is there blonde in the user, Anton? I'm just catching up. I don't believe in them myself, but I do add protection crystals for those that do. Oh, good. That's excellent. Yeah, I'm not sure. I wouldn't use it because I'm not sure. But then I suppose when you think about it logically, it was only ever invented as a parlor game, and I can't actually really think why a Ouija board would work. I don't know.
It is, if you want to get into the technical side of it, I mean, I guess technically it is kind of a channeling type device. You're asking spirits in, that kind of thing. But it's hard to believe that you're getting other side contact through a piece of pressed cardboard with a picture on it with a plastic planchette that you buy from, Parker Brothers that you can get at Movie Toy and Hobby. It's hard to believe that's what's going to happen, but
I don't know.
Everyone has a story about it.
Yes, Solseeka. Cincinnati is across the bridge, so there's Cincinnati. You come in, and it's Wilder, Kentucky. Yeah, Wilder, Kentucky is where Bobby Mackey's is.
Around Cincinnati, you could go see the gang there from what is that called? The Hellier gang. They have their Museum of the Weird there. Have you watched Hellier on it's actually for free on YouTube if you want to watch it, but
no, I haven't, and I've still got to watch that thing you told me to watch too, with Sylvester Stallone. I've got to watch that. Sorry, you told me where is the mobster? Remember, we were talking to Sun.
Tulsa Kings.
Tulsa King, yeah, I'll watch that.
That's a good show.
When I hear a cork, what am I missing? Hang on, Enzo.
I poured myself a drink and I pulled the cork out.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Princess Scary, you can make the pop.
Are there any observatories Karen could check out? I don't know. We'd have to look that up.
I don't know. I'll have a look when I'm there. But remember when, excuse me, when I'm in Virginia City, thanks, Catherine. What? Who are the Newkirks? I just saw the
that-
new.
That's the gang from Hellier is the name of their popular. It's a 2-season show. They're paranormal investigators out of Cincinnati. They do a podcast where they have the Museum of the Weird, I think is what it's called, where they have strange things. They recently, like within the last month, came out with a video or an actual movie, I guess, about one of the strange objects that they have in their possession. The Unbinding is what it's called. It's it's on pay-per-view and stuff like that where you can buy it. Hi.
Check it out. Side-Eye is here. Hi, Side-Eye.
Hello,
Hey,
how are you?
Can you see my
Hello.
background? Can you see it? Everyone's been making fun of my on a pipe.
Oh, yeah, I do see it.
Yeah. So I've got Crow. They said, "Oh, you've got heads on sticks." You know, I said, "No. Crow is on Winnie the Pooh. The shape is on a teddy bear, and you're on a ghost." I was just going to make a ghost with sunglasses, but then I thought, no. I need side eye. So there you go.
Very nice, thank you. I like it.
There you go. Your live stream went incredibly well. Bravo. You should have seen it. And I think there was like 10 million people watching.
It felt a lot. It, I tell you. It felt.
Yeah.
It gets a bit overwhelming.
Poor Side-Eye's trying to keep up with it. I have enough trouble, and I've got, 20 people at the moment watching me, I believe. And I'm just like, I talk and then I look back at the chat. And I'm lucky because, Side-Eye guy got monetized. So now he has people giving him super chats and whatnot. I'm not monetized. Yeah, money, honey. So I'm not monetized.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not monetized as yet, and that's a while away for me. But so I don't actually have the worry of seeing anything like that at all.
Well,
so,
you'll be nice. You'll probably be happy to hear that monetized or not. I've only done 2 live streams now, but both of them get completely ad restricted because I think I swear too much.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Both. I have no idea. This is the glorious thing about YouTube. They don't tell you why you get ad restricted. It's just here are the guidelines, and if you break any of those, you don't get the ad things. And I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure I didn't mention anything about. I'm not going to mention them now in case it. Oh, actually, no, it can't. It's not going to happen to you anyway. So, yeah, it's like, don't mention anything about, I don't know, abuse or drug use or anything like that. And one of them is swearing. And I'm like, well, I guess I swear a bit, but I didn't think it was that bad. And, yeah, I got ad restricted.
Yeah, I drop the F-bomb every now and then. But I try not to. Because it's not very ladylike. So I do try not to. But,
Fudge?
Yes, but sometimes it pops out when I get grumpy. Sunsaver, go get your much needed cigarettes, then you should give up. They're terrible for you. But off your trottle. And thanks for popping in. If you can come back in, that'll be nice.
Hello to everyone that said hello to me. Hi everyone.
Yeah,
lovely to see you all.
Yeah, everyone's saying hello. Yeah, everyone does swear, Soul Seeker, Sandy. Most people do swear. I try not to swear too much, but
I'm trying to hold back, especially in my videos. I am trying because in my early videos I was like swearing like a sailor, and it's not even necessarily for the ad thing. It's just I don't know. It's like I sometimes I listen back to my videos and I cringe a little bit, and I'm like, there's no need to swear there. Like try and be a little bit more, I don't know, creative. Every now and then I swear. Every now and then you need to drop an F-bomb. Don't get me wrong, but like I don't know. Don't overuse it.
Yeah, no. And sometimes you can say, "Oh, for bugger off" or whatever. Like, wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to get around like bloody hells instead of you know what hells.
Catherine just said, "Karen, a lady, she doesn't swear." No. I do sometimes. I do.
What?
I do sometimes, but sometimes when I get cranky. But yeah, Has anyone got any questions for Side-Eye? Because while you're thinking about them, fire truck. Cassie G just says fire truck. The boys were little, my husband every now and then would let off the F-bomb, and you'd hear the little boys in the back go, fuck. And you'd go, boys, Daddy said truck. And I'd hit him and say, bloody hell.
I get told off by my eldest all the time for swearing. She's always telling me off. And even she's smart enough to know that's how to diffuse me. If I get annoyed with her and something like that, and I I don't swear at her, but then I'll like walk around and I'll like, I don't know, say something and I'll stub my toe and I'll go, oh, shit. It's good.
Yeah,
no, that's a bad word. And it diffuses me. I'm no longer angry at her. I'm just like, she's got me again.
Catherine says, can't wait for the next live. When will it? That's Side-Eye's been.
So I don't know. I'm hoping soon. Maybe in the next. What I'm hoping is maybe over, because the weekend started for us. I think for America, is it late night on Friday now or something? Is that right?
It is.
Yeah.
I'm Central Time, and it's 8:40 p.m.
Right. So. Yeah, I don't know. I can't quite figure it out when it comes to England, but I'm looking on maybe Sunday my time, so it's about either Sunday morning or Saturday evening UK. Because the next one I want to do, I would like, because I get a lot of people from the UK and Europe saying, "Hey, those times in America are really bad for us because it's like 1 a.m. So the next one I'm going to try and do because I've got a lot of people in the UK, and you're my peeps. You're my peeps. So. I want to do right by you.
Yeah, I would love to find somewhere in the middle, because I have a few people from the UK that pop in and say hello to me, and then I've got American people, then I've got my Australian and New Zealand people, and it's kind of like, so that's why I figure I do mine on a Saturday morning for me, because it's a Friday night, for America, and I'm not Maisie. What is it? Oh, Jesus Christ. 2:41 a.m.
Wow.
Jesus. Lucky Maisie loves me. But
Maisie, you're there for my life as well. Do you just not sleep? You're just a total night owl, right?
I think Maisie doesn't sleep. That's correct.
Sleep is overrated. I hardly ever sleep. Only because I have to.
Do you know what? My sleeping habits have changed enormously. I still wake up early in the morning. I'm up at 5. Like, I'm just bang. I'm awake at 5 a.m. But I've been finding that I go to bed of a night time, 8:30, 9 o'clock. I start to get tired. I go to sleep. But at 3 o'clock in the morning, boom, wide awake. And I'm like, oh, my Lord. And I'm like, okay, I'll get up, get a drink of water. I'll walk around for a minute, walk outside in the nighttime sky. Last night I walked out and looked at the moon, and I thought, oh, you're pretty. And there's this really bright star. I don't know what it is, hugely bright. Enzo could probably tell me. And I'm like, righto. So then I go back into my bedroom. Then I think, and I grab my phone and I'll play some kind of ball game or something. And then I'll go back to sleep. So I'm awake for about an hour, and then I'm awake again in 2 hours. And it's been happening for the last couple of weeks. It's doing me million. I just want to sleep.
When I was during all the lockdown foolishness, when you couldn't really go anywhere to do anything, I would sleep about 3 hours, be awake for about 8 hours, and then take like a 3-hour nap. And that I kept doing that over and over for nearly a year, where it was like 3 hours here and 3 hours there. And I normally only sleep 5 to 6 hours anyways in a row. That's just me.
I'm the same
as you. Sleep a lot less.
What happens to me? I'm always up at like 4:30 in the morning now. I just can't. My body won't let me sleep in. So like, what happened to me? I'll do that, and I'll just stay awake till like 10 o'clock at night or something like that, and I end up getting like about 6 hours sleep. And then every now and then, like I'll do that every day, and then I would say like once every 3 or 4 days, I'll just crash. Like I'll literally just sit on the sofa, and all of a sudden I'll wake up and I realize that I've been asleep for the last 2 hours. It's just like my body's way of saying that you got to catch up now.
Yep.
You know, the easiest way I can fall asleep if I have trouble is to go on the sofa, on the couch, as we say, put the television on, put on. I don't know if anyone's ever watched Forensic Files, the old ones. The man who narrates has got a very calming, he's got a lovely voice. And so I put on Forensic Files, and yes, they're talking about it, and her head was bashed in with a hammer. Whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm lying on the couch, but his voice is so relaxing, I fall asleep. So I can fall asleep to Forensic Files.
Fall asleep during a murder scene, yes.
Okay. Well, back in the frontier days, though, it was dark. As soon as it was dark, you went to bed, because unless you're going to lie, for the most part, you just went to bed. That's why everyone was up early and got their work done by dinner time. But yeah.
Yep.
Oh goodness. What is it? Princess Scary says, yes, I love to listen to that type of stuff. It's like a bedtime story. Yeah, kind of macabre bedtime story, but it's his voice. If you don't know what I mean, find an old Forensic Files episode from like the 80s and listen to his voice. It's kind of like, it's really nice. And Side-Eye Guy. Someone asked me earlier, Catherine it was, I think, and Mike B asked me, when am I going to investigate next? And I said to him, well, definitely when I go to Nevada, I will be. But I did say to them that I was going to try and take you out and see what we can do. I have been looking into it, and I am hard pressed. I don't know. So this is a good opportunity for us to talk about it. Anything within the Brisbane area, for example, is said to be haunted, but it's kind of controlled by other paranormal groups that have obviously got some kind of contract with the house, the place, the whatever. So you can only go and investigate with them, with another 20. Yeah, with another 20 people. Like, oh my God. And that's revolting. I hate it. I can't stand it.
Wait. So there's paranormal groups who have like got dibs on haunted locations.
Yep. Very different
like
to America.
Like a contractual thing? Or just like an agreement? Like a general agreement?
I think it must be a contractual thing, because like, for example, there is an old homestead, name escapes me at the minute, I can bring it up later, an old homestead that is supposedly haunted, and it looks beautiful, and I'm like, oh, I'd love to go there. So I Googled it, and it says, yes, would you like to come for an investigation, whatever, and then it's got the name of the paranormal group, come with the blah, blah, blah paranormal group, and we do an investigation, and there's, a group of 20, and it's something, and I thought, oh my Lord, so they basically get $2,000 a night for this group of 20 people. And I thought, well, hang on, maybe I can do it with just them, just me. Like maybe I could book out and say, well, how much, whatever. Yeah, nah, it's minimum 20 people. So even if it was one person that went, you have to pay the cost of 20. Like, I'm like, piss off. Like, I'm not doing that. So I'm still searching. Like, I mean, there's the hotel that I went to with Heather, but that's in Warwick, and that's like an hour and a half's drive, so that's no good. There's a couple of spots on the Gold Coast, but again, that's a drive. So I know that you're keen to sort of stay in the area. So I'm still investigating where to take you. So the only other thing I can think of, and I was saying to Enzo, there's places that take you for tours of the cemeteries around Brisbane, and the cemeteries in Brisbane are just stunningly beautiful. You should try and go during the day one day to shivers to Goodna Cemetery. It is, I think, but they're just beautiful, and you can go with groups of a night time that walk through and tell you spooky stories, which I don't believe them, but cemeteries are nice. But I'm not someone who, I don't know, unless people in chat can give me some ideas. I'm not someone who likes to go to a cemetery. I would find it very disrespectful, for example, to go to a cemetery and go to someone's grave and say, oh, you here? Like, that's just, to me, that's their place to rest. We shouldn't be walking into a cemetery. And even if there are spirits there, we shouldn't.
You know what I always find funny about cemeteries? Like, the longer I do this channel, the amount of ghost hunters who claim that going to cemeteries is pointless because the spirits are not there. They rather be the place where they have, like, either a traumatic experience or a lasting experience. You know what I mean? It's like, that's why they're not at the cemetery. That's why they're at the Wasco Club, or
that's not their home.
Yeah, they go to, or where they were killed, or it always seems to be like a different rule with this. But I say that, and the amount of people that claim they've got footage of ghosts in cemeteries is huge. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can't. To be quite honest, because my son's passed. He's buried in a cemetery. I hope he's not there. I'd be devastated to think he's there. I don't want him to be there. His body is. I don't want him to be there. So from that perspective, from a living person's perspective to someone you've lost, I don't want them to be there. But if they should be left alone. But then do they want to be? I don't know. But I'd certainly at least, I don't know. I'll think of something. But yeah, I'm just annoyed. Like someone in the chat said that Amy's Crypt has investigated a few places around Brisbane. I'm sure they have.
You're not a fan, though, are you, Karen?
What was that?
You're not a fan.
Oh, Amy's Crypt.
That's right.
No. I know there's a lot of people in here who are. Look, I've watched a few of their episodes, and they seem lovely. What I have issue with is, what I have issue with is a story that they did 2 episodes, okay? They went to, everyone knows my feelings on the Sally house, all right? They went to the Sally house and investigated, and of course, there was a demon called Sally there, no doubt, and so on and so forth. And then they went to the Velisca axe murderer house. Yeah. Somehow, they believe that the Sally, the ghost from 502 North Street in Atchison, is connected to 502 North Street, because it's the same number, same North Street. So they've linked the 2 houses together and believe that somehow the demon is. I just had to stop watching. I just thought, oh, for fuck's sake! Well, there you go. So you got me to say an F word.
You got it.
I just thought, oh, for God's sakes, do your research. There's no friggin' Sally. The doctor never killed anyone in the fucking house. Like, fuck. Lucky I'm not monetized. So, despite the fact that they're lovely, and I'm sure they are, they didn't do their research. Now, not everybody does research when they go to a place. They don't. They go in and they listen to the person that's giving them the keys to get in. But if you're going to state certain things within your episode, one would think, despite you being told a story, you look into it yourself. That's the sign to me of a true ghost hunter, that you don't go there. You go there with the stories in mind, absolutely. But once you get there and whatever, try to investigate before you get there, like try to research before you go, if you can. Sometimes you can't always do that, but you can certainly research after you've been. And sometimes I've found I've kicked myself because I think, oh, shit, I should have researched that place first, because then I could have asked those questions, and you've missed your opportunity, especially the Waverley Hills one. Missed an opportunity there, but that's okay. So I just think you go to a place, you get told a story, and granted, when you get the keys to that place, the person who gives you the keys tells you the Sally story. Oh, and I've seen her, and it scared me. I'm like, so
there on the handle was a hook. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I go in now?
So I can watch. So now I actually enjoyed watching the Amy's Crypt. I liked how they did their things, but they've got to do better research. And the Sally House axe murderer house connection thing, I just thought, guys, you're eating mushrooms. Like, what are you doing?
There's quite a few American haunted locations I would love to go to because it just looks so interesting. I've never had any interest. The Sally House has always just screamed like a very modern day tourist attraction. Like, it's only seems to have happened quite recently where it's like really got the reputation that it's got. And I don't buy. I mean, I'm a skeptic with all this stuff, but like the Sally House seems particularly obvious that it's just nonsense to me.
And look, yeah, and I did research it, and I did 3 little mini episodes on it. It's just it's just not true. They're stories, and the sad thing is that house, the Sally House, has a magnificent history of the family that lived in it, and even a little old lady who lived in it up until she was sick. If you walked into the Sally House with that in mind, the actual true story and the people who did die in the house, you might get some really good evidence, possibly, because that was a great family. It was a house full of love when they were there. Like, it was, and yes, people died, so you might actually catch something. But I don't know. It's just sad, yeah. And as for the Belisca axe murders thing, I've not done it. I've read up about that, and I won't comment on that because I've not researched it or whatever. Is that me? Is that me making that funny noise?
No, I think that's me.
That's all right. No, that's all right. But yeah, so Loz, I'm not saying they're not legit, sweetheart. I'm not having a go at. Well, I am having a go at them. What I'm saying is, I think they go in with the right intent. They're not fakers. I don't believe they're faking anything. However, when you go into a place to investigate and you start to link stories up that really don't link, and you're listening to what you're being told instead of going, well, I think I might look into that a bit further, though, because we picked up this and that, because then you can miss really good evidence because it doesn't fit into the narrative of the story you've been told. So that's all. I just wish they'd research better and not do what I just can't watch. That's all. And as for the Crayola twins that you mentioned, I don't watch them. I won't even look at their content. So I won't get cranky with them. I know they were in Virginia City, I think the week I was there last. So I know they've got some stories coming out from Virginia City. So I won't be able to look at it. That's what happens now when I look at any paranormal investigators that have been to places that I have been to or I've researched. I can watch for a minute and then they'll say something and I'll go, oh, no, it's just for the clicks. It's just for the clicks. So,
Enzo, have you ever done the ghost hunt, Enzo?
I apologize. What's that?
Have you ever done a ghost hunt?
No, I haven't.
A paranormal investigation.
That's actually, I've done UFO stuff. I've done a little cryptid stuff. The ghost stuff is still relatively new to me.
I've told Enzo he should fly out to Nevada and come and visit me. He can come to the Washoe Club with me.
Believe me, if I had my travel van idea up and running, I would certainly be there immediately. Without question, I'd certainly be there. But who knows? Let me know the dates. I may still show up. Who knows?
The whole month of November.
All of November?
All of November. I get there on the 4th of November and I leave on the 2nd of December, I think. Loz, I'm not into her blogs or anything, but you can tell her to reach out to me. I'd be happy to talk to her and tell her why I was upset with that and maybe give her some ideas, and maybe then she can look back at her actual findings and she might find something interesting. Like I say, I've got nothing against the Amy's Crypt. You be quiet. Why do you do this every time I'm live? Oh my God, she's been fed. She's been cuddled. But yeah, so I'm not. That's what I mean.
She's larger than that doll that you have that was screaming earlier.
She's puss, come here. Yeah, so I'm just very passionate. When I research somewhere, I really put myself into the research, and I got attached to the Sally house, as in not attached, ghosty, attached. I got attached to the family. Like, I researched it for months, and I was reading all the different stories about all the people, and I just really fell in love with the Finney family. So now when I see anything on the Sally house, especially when they have a dig at the doctor and say he killed a little girl in the house, he never practiced. He wasn't a practicing doctor in that house. He lived next door. So all these stories are made up. And I think if I were a family member of the Finneys and was still aware of my family history and heard people saying that about my great uncle or whatever, or my grandpa, because he's someone's great grandpa, I'd be upset. I'd think, what are you making up that crap about my grandpa for? Like, he never did that. He was a good man. So that's why I get very, very passionate. Yeah, do it, Loz, because it's okay. Because I'm sure that's what I mean. When I watch them, I think they're lovely. I just can't deal. Maybe I'm, what's the word? OCD. I don't know. You know, where you get really funny about how things are. I'm just really funny. I just can't watch people who don't put in the effort to talk about where they've really been. So even if you look at anything I do, and I will put in the history of the places I've researched it, and I'll often point out things like one of my episodes on Waverley, I pointed out, hey, we got this wrong and this is the correct thing, because we were told a certain story while we were there, which wasn't necessarily incorrect, but it was kind of back to front. And that's what I mean. I wish I had been able to be in a position to really do a deep dive before I got there, but I wasn't. But I did after. So now I know some of the stuff, which is good. Yeah, my pussycats, my cat's not a Maine Coon, but I'd love a Maine Coon. Do you know what a Maine Coon is, Side-Eye? They're big.
They're real big.
Yeah, they're big pussycats. Hi, hauntingly beautiful adventures. Yeah, so I don't know. So I'm not having a go, but yeah, the Crayola twins I cannot watch at all, because they're just so disrespectful. They're very disrespectful young men. Which is sad, because they go to a lot of interesting places too. But they're obviously, to be honest, a lot of these paranormal things that you see, I think about it differently now. I don't really think they're searching for paranormal. They have fun going to these places. They want to have a big YouTube following. They want to make money. They want the shock factor.
Clicks. Yeah.
They're hunting for clicks and hunting for suckers, because there's people. I was a sucker, and people know what I'm talking about in the chat. Like, I was a sucker because I was coming out of grief, and Side-Eye's discussed this too on his channel, and so has Shape. When someone's grieving and you're looking for answers, and then you see something on one of these channels and you don't know anything, you think, oh my God, it's real. Oh, look, here's some money because you've made me feel good, and keep doing what you're doing because you might find some answers, and I might know where one is now, and I'll keep that. I'm still grieving, but I'm not like I was back when I was a sucker. So there's people on here that watch some of these shows and think it's real, because they know no better, and then they make some kind of attachment to the people that are investigating, because they think, oh, they're a really great guy or they're a really great gal or whatever, and then they give them money and realise later on down the track that they're all of a sudden finding out that can't be real, that's not true, that's a lie, oh my God. And then boom, boom, you know, which happened with, and people know there was a channel called, see, I'm so traumatized by that former channel, The Haunted Side, that did that. In the end, it was a money-making thing, spin the wheel, and if you give me $100, blah, blah. And we all fell for it because we thought it was real. And then turns out it wasn't real. But I just don't like some of these channels. So the ones that you click on and you see something happening in every single episode. We caught a ghost. We caught, I've been scratched. Oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, far out. No, you didn't. Like, and it's just shit. I want someone to go out there and do the research on the places they're going to and take minimal equipment. I've changed my mind on cat balls. I don't even want to see a cat ball again in my life, except to give to my cats. The apps, I don't think anything. The only thing I can trust really at the minute is my phone, because the phone is what I picked up that funny singing thing on, or a camera. I'd love a camera, but one day.
That one was very good.
Yeah, like I can't work that out, but I don't know. I just want to see investigation like it used to be back in the day, the good old ghost hunters, taps. I used to love watching taps. In the beginning, I do believe what they were doing was all above board. I think in the end they were controlled, which is kind of come out. They were told they had to make things happen, you know. But
that's the unfortunate side of having like a TV show like that. It's like, oh shit, we need something for this episode. Hey, go rattle some noises over there. We'll make a whole episode out of that. It's, boy.
And they're contracted, and they read, So I do know that that happens, but I just sort of think, like they used to go to a place, tell you the history about it that they knew. They would even show you them going into wherever to do the research. Like they had one person who did the research and she'd go to the town hall or she'd go to whatever. And then they do the investigation. They debunk while they were going. And then at the end, they get what they could. And sometimes they got nothing. Sometimes they said, look, we were here all night and nothing happened. So they don't. I think they're still around, but it's on that pay-per-view type stuff, and I can't afford that. I used to watch it on the YouTube, and now you can't even find them on YouTube. but yeah, hey Loz, that's what I think too. I think if anyone that you love has passed away, one would assume that they try to contact the living people of their family more than contact, for example, a medium and all that sort of thing. But well, it is a while ago, but I don't know what you're like, Loz, but I can remember my nana and grandpa every now and then, because I lived with my nana and grandpa growing up mainly. And I even now I'll be out in the car and something will pop in my head, something funny that happened when I was with them, and you remember, like it's like yesterday, and you think, oh my God, that was like 40 years ago, more. And you think, Jesus, but it was like yesterday. So every now and then we go a few days without thinking about them, and then all of a sudden, boom. And if you let yourself, you can get upset. But yeah, it's different, I think, when it's parents too. It's harder when it's a child because they should still be here. So that's, but loss is loss, and it affects everybody in all different ways. So, but that's why I guess I'm a little bit passionate about the research that I do, and I, sometimes I can't get it all. Sometimes the research, no matter how I try, I can't quite get the information because it's just not there. Because it's too long ago, because I'm looking at stories from over 100 years ago. If I was looking at something more modern day, like, a family was murdered in that house 10 years ago, I could probably find everything on it that you want, but I'm digging into the deep, deep past, so it can be hard. But I just wish people wouldn't do these shows for you can clearly see they're doing it for the money, not because they've got a vested interest in finding out the truth. So that's why people, if they state, look, my wife died, my husband died, my boyfriend died, my son, my daughter, or someone close to me has just passed away, I want to find out where they are, that sort of thing. And so they do the research that way. I think I'd find them easier to believe than a couple of young kids with tattooed faces, if you know what I mean, and that are quite clearly not in it for good.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of that. You find the same thing in the UFO side and even on the cryptid side, where there's somebody that's out there that they're grifters that they realize that there's a market where they can make money somehow, and they will get their cash because people are willing to do just about anything to believe in a particular ideology or thought process or just an idea that this must be how it works because this person's doing the research and they must know what they're talking about. They have their own channel and they've got X number of viewers and things like that. It's not yes, the cat agrees, obviously, that it's that it can be a mess. And it's certainly something that I feel that all of the supernatural kind of fields need to rid ourselves of these grifters because they're just out for themselves. They don't care about the science. They don't care about the process. They don't care about the reality of any of it. It's whatever makes them a buck. And it's really disconcerting sometimes.
Well, and that's why when I see people like Side-Eye is not a debunker. He makes fun of them really, which I'm kind of glad he does because they deserve it. But like people like The Shape and Beardo is very passionate as well. I'm glad that they kind of pick up on these things and they get a lot of hate for it. They get a lot of people, oh, they're real. Oh. And I feel sorry for those people who believe that it's real because they're probably giving them money. They're probably, and each their own. Like you can enjoy watching something. Like I enjoy watching, what are the two young boys, Struth,
Sam and Colby.
Thank you. Yeah, Sam and I enjoy watching them, but I watch it knowing that it's BS. So therefore, like I know that's not. And the sad thing is they go to some awesome places. It may well be that some of the stuff that they show you is actually factual, that they did pick it up, but you've got to take it with a grain of salt because they I want someone to have a look into it for me, actually. Maybe you could, Side-Eye. They went to Zach Bagan's Haunted Museum and did an episode in there. Zach Bagan's is very protective.
Is that Sam and Colby?
Yeah, I'm sure he's producing their show in some shape or form because, Zach Bagan's doesn't let anyone in that museum to investigate, but he let them in. And I thought, I wonder why. So they're very, very, it's a well-produced program, but I'm wondering if Zach, I just wonder if Zach's producing. Oh, bless you, Ariel Ballet. I can make you one. She's just said.
Oh, wow. I assure you it's not official merchandise.
No. I just decided because I've got Crow up here.
Who doesn't want a Side-Eye Guy merch thing hanging out in front for the holiday? Well, for the spooky season. Yeah.
For the spooky season. So I brought myself a little ghost doll yesterday. And I put printed out a Side-Eye Guy mask and put it on the little thing. And so now I've got my three. Oh, well, Side-Eye's not a debunker, but he's in the family. So he's up there. And Beardo's wife is making me a Beardo doll. She crochets them. So eventually, sometime, if she hasn't forgotten, I should get a Beardo doll. So there'll be a little crochet Beardo doll up there too. So the 4 Musketeers will be up there. Oh, look at that. Is it the 3 Musketeers or the 4? Oh. It's the 3 Musketeers, isn't it? The movie, the story, isn't it? No?
Yes.
It's the. But they made another movie called The 4, didn't they? Oh, God. Yeah, Loz, that's what I mean. Loz just said in regard to watching people, you know, some of them are just funny to watch, you know, these. And if you know that they're not real, it's just enjoyable to watch them. And sometimes you see where they're going, you think, oh, that looks like a good place. That's interesting, you know. Yeah. I mean, but yeah, so it is what it is.
To answer your question, though, is something I've got to do. I feels weird, but I will be doing. I suppose I should pull my finger out and get the merch done, you know, in time for Halloween. So I should really get that done sooner rather than later.
Oh God,
Yeah.
you're good.
Or else you'll have to wait another year. You need to get that done.
It's a long wait.
What about side-eye mugs?
Yeah,
Like
I would love a side-eye mug. I want one for me. I would love a side-eye mug for, you know, have a morning tea.
Here in Australia, I don't know if they're worldwide or whatever, but like there's Vista. But then again, you could do it one of two ways. You could go to somewhere like Vista, give your side-eye face and a few of the different side-eye expressions, or maybe all of them, one that way, one that way, and get Vista to ship them to you, but then you have to ship them out. So I'm not quite sure. Mugs. Actually, Crow would know because Crow had mugs. I
actually had a very good friend, a very dear friend of mine who did. I'd say I would like a mug. Who got a mug for me for my birthday? So I do actually have a mug. And it's like a. I think it's like you can get it on Amazon and they can do it. You know, put their own thing in there, and that mug is near and dear to me.
Oh well, there you go. Oh, work it out. Mugs are good because people can use a mug.
Yeah, that's something you can use.
That's something
Princess
you can
Scary
use.
says side-eye contacts. God, that would be creepy. That would be so creepy.
I have my own rack of mugs that I keep behind me here for people that I subscribe to. So,
there you go. There you go.
That's how you do it. You keep a little collection.
It was turn your mind to the reputation. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm far from worrying about any of that sort of thing. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind having. I often I don't often send, but I have sent people different things. I'd love to have something. I kind of feel. I don't know about you, Side Eye, or what you think about this, Enzo, but I find it kind of like a bit weird if you make merch that maybe has your face on it or something like that. It's kind of weird. Like why would anyone want anything merchy from me? Like, do you know what I mean? It sounds a bit because I'm a
100%.
bit.
But I feel like that. Why does anyone want to listen to me? Like all of this to me is like why? I'm asking the why question is the one I've been asking since day one, really.
I think.
Why would anyone be interested? Yeah, I mean, I get it. That's it. Surprised me too. I was in Las Vegas a year plus ago, and I was there for a convention thing. I'd done a few internet deals, and I suddenly hear my name screamed across the street from someone that recognized me. They're like running across. They're like, who's a psychopath and what are they doing? What's going on? It is strange, believe me. And I mean, while I don't have merch because I don't even have a channel, but having your own form of merch it isn't that big of a deal. It's something that obviously we can see it in the chat. There's people that are interested in that kind of thing. You should certainly pursue it. You know, you earn a couple of bucks for yourself. People get what they like, and they'll keep coming back, and they'll tell others when they see themselves drinking from their your mug kind of a thing, and it's like, hey, what's that mug? What is that? Side Eye guy. I'm gonna check him out. It's advertising.
I'm seeing a few people asking me to do Side Eye guy shoe boxes in the chat.
Yes,
shoe boxes.
And what are you going to do with your shoebox? Like, that'd be really, I don't know. Well, I mean, I
just put my shoes in my shoebox. My Side Eye guy shoebox.
Princess Scary says she wore her Crow of Judas T-shirt. She wore and she was in Walmart, and so it just said, did it just say Crow? But it was a Crow shirt, and someone yelled out, "Crow of Judas rocks!"
That's crazy. That's
Wow.
awesome.
I know. But look, think about your merch. I'd probably go, because if you had mugs, I'd get one of your mugs, because I often sit here, not today because I've just got my protein drink, but I'll often sit here with a cup of tea or whatever and use a mug. But the closest I've come is, I can give you the patent
Bylaws from Oz. Sorry, quickly. Bylaws from Oz.
Yes, go to the shops, Loz, and do put Amy in touch with me, because then I can talk to her about why I was upset, and maybe, maybe I could watch her again. We'll see. Yes, and I do take a bottle. Hey, that's something I could make one day if anyone wants merch for me. Look, can you see that?
Oh,
yeah.
I've got holy water, but maybe I could make little spray
bottles. I thought it was perfume for a second.
No, it's holy water. I got that in the St. Mary's Church in Virginia City, so it's real holy water. I'm not brave enough to dip any on me in case I burn. You never know. But I could make little bottles of misting spray, Loz, because I make a joke that. I made a terrible joke side-eye. I said, like if you're at the shops and people give you the shits or yell at you or give you the finger when the road rage, wouldn't it be nice if you could just mist them and they disappeared? Yeah. So I could make little cute bottles of Karen's misting spray.
I feel like this is just like a gun. You just pull a gun out and then they'll disappear.
Yeah, squirt gun. Yeah.
Catherine says she'd melt to a puddle if she put on the holy water. Yeah, dear. Oh, but see, I don't like guns, so it'd have to be a little spray bottle. And
sorry, I was showing too much of my American there. Excuse me.
Oh, that's all right. Yanks one. No, I just mean, yeah, I used to, but I played with cowboy guns when I was a little girl. I wanted to be the sheriff. So I don't know what I was thinking, but yeah, the things we talk about. But make some merch. I'd go for a mug, but you don't have to listen to me.
No, mug. I'm not just kidding. Is like top of. If I was to do merch, which I probably will. If I was to do, I'll put it this way: when I do merch, mugs are like top of my list. Like that. That's because that's what I want. I want a mug. I want more mugs.
Night, Stormy.
Good night, Stormy.
What was that? Catherine says, Karen, have you done jails or castles? Oh, I want to go to England. I want to go to. My brain's just gone this way. I've got 3 different things I want to say, and I've got to prioritize. Okay. No, I haven't been to a castle, but I intend to go to one. Jail, no, but I'm going to one. So when I'm in Nevada in November, I'm going to the Nevada, what's it called again? Nevada State Penitentiary. Is that it?
Yes.
Yeah, the old one that's supposed to be haunted. So I'm going to go there. I didn't know I was going there, but a lady that I know in America is Janice opening. Oh, look, they're waving at you there, Enzo. They've been raising a drink. But I'm going to go there. So I don't know what that investigation will entail because it's not me going to do it, but I'm going with someone. So that's what I'll be doing. And then the second thing I was going to say is in England. Oh, God. Oh, you're right. You okay, Enzo? What's the matter? Have you got a cat? Oh, these dudes.
Just weirdos back here waving. They think they're superstars. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's there's a paranormal group in England. Yeah, I know. In England called Sage Paranormal, and I've followed them for quite some years now. And next September, so September 24th, So I'm going to look into it and see how much it would be. They're having a 10-day paranormal tour. So you go with them and they're going to go to all these well-known haunted places around England over a 10-day period and investigate. Again, there's going to be a lot of people there, but I'm assuming, because I know the girl I know the lady from Sage, and I'm assuming she'll break them off into little groups or whatnot. They'll do it properly, I would say. So I'm going to look at that, because that's a year away, which would give me hopefully plenty of time if it's not too expensive, but it includes your food, accommodation, everything. So that's what I mean. I have to see how much it is. I've got a passport and I haven't been to England, and at least I'd be with people. So I would love to go, because they're bound to go to a castle. So that's what I want to do. There.
Very likely.
There. Karen will be doing a paranormal investigation at the Disneyland Castle. No.
The Disneyland Castle? Really?
Why would I go to the Disneyland Castle? You'd have to go to Disneyland. I don't want to go to Disneyland. Well, actually, that's a lie. I'd like to go to Disneyland. The kid in me would like to go to Disneyland, but they say it's haunted, but I don't think so.
Disneyland or Disney World?
Well, Disneyland is in Los Angeles,
California.
Yeah, and Disney World is Florida, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. I don't know. I like everything. Everything's haunted. And aside from that, if it were haunted by Walt Disney, wouldn't it be a headless body walking around? Because didn't he get his head frozen?
Frozen. That's the story.
Cryogenically stored, or whatever they call it. That's rather.
Yep.
I mean, what are they going to do? Unfreeze his head and stick it on someone else's body?
Yeah, like Futurama.
On a robotic body. Yeah, sure.
Yes, with Futurama. That was funny, that episode. I used to love that show, Futurama.
Still on. Got a new season out.
Who's Bradley?
They do, yeah.
Oh, do they? Oh, cool. Who's Bradley Whitford? Someone just said that Enzo looks like Bradley.
I don't know.
All right, Google.
Look it up now.
Look it up. Disneyland in Paris would be. Maisie. Oh, yeah, Maisie, you're in already there, aren't you? If you've got Facebook, Maisie, actually type it into Google, Sage, as in Sage, paranormal. But I've got all the links and stuff. She put it on a page the other day. Yeah, you'd be able to go to that because you live in Scotland. I'd love to go to Scotland. Have you ever been to Scotland, Side-Eye? Oh, he's gone. The kids must be in with him.
I can hear you.
Oh,
yeah. Have you ever been to Scotland?
Yeah, a few times, yeah.
Have you been to Edinburgh?
So I went to Edinburgh during the Edinburgh Festival 1 year. It's quite possibly the most beautiful city I've ever been to, Edinburgh. You just don't want to go too far outside the very centre, because that's when the smackheads get you.
Okay.
Smackheads.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Druggos.
There's a big music festival they do. I want to say it's called Tea in the Park. I went there 1 year and that was absolutely amazing. And then I went around Glasgow because it's quite close to Glasgow. Glasgow's pretty scary too. And then, weirdly enough, in my teens, I actually went skiing. I had a little mini ski holiday up there because it's a lot cheaper than going to pretty much anywhere else in Scotland. And that was fun. And then I also, on that same trip, did a drive down and saw Loch Ness and did not see the monster.
Oh, there you go. Hey, I did say thank you in the chat, but I got sidelined. Sandy Wolf, thank you very much for sending me some money in the PayPal. That was very kind of you. Yeah, isn't she a sweetheart?
Very nice.
It's going in my piggy bank for the Virginia City trip. So there you go. And I don't expect it, so thank you very much. I want to go to Edinburgh. I want to go to the cabins, the little tunnels under the bridge there.
Catacombs, yeah.
I'd love to go there. And their cemetery right there in Edinburgh looks absolutely beautiful. I'd love to go to
Yes,
that.
it is. Edinburgh's drop dead gorgeous. Like it's one of the most beautiful cities. Like when you go there, it's quite amazing that it still exists the way it does.
Because it's old. It looks old.
It's old, but it's almost like Game of Thrones sort of epicness. It's kind of like there's a big valley in the middle of the city, and there's a castle on one end, and there's like city walls around it, and it's just beautiful. All cobblestones, and all the like taverns and bars have like these sort of they're all very dungeony. It's kind of like built to be haunted in many ways. Like it's so stereotypically like exactly what you would expect a haunted setting to be around Edinburgh.
Well, and hi, Adventures with Beth. She says hi to us all.
Hello.
I of course watched a program. I haven't been watching it since. I watched probably the first 3 seasons of Outlander, which is based in Scotland, time traveling type thing. And a lady goes back in time to the 1700s and finds herself a man in a kilt. And what a man in a kilt he was. I want to find a man in a kilt like that. I don't know if any of the other women in the chat have watched Outlander, but oh my goodness me. It made me wish that time travel was real. But yeah, so I sort of think when you watch that, you think it just, Scotland itself is, especially the hills like the Highlands and stuff, it just looks so beautiful. It's a strange landscape, really, but it's beautiful. And yeah, Edinburgh itself. So I'd love to go, and because my ancestors come from there anyway, so I'd like to go and find where they came from. I reckon it'd be really cool. Yes, young Jamie was the name of the man in the kilt. Wow. Oh, watch out. I'll get done for sexualizing Jamie. Got to be careful. Why is Maisie a party animal, chat? Poor old Maisie. She just minds her own business and stays up till all hours. She might have been a party animal back in the day. I was a bit of a party animal. Not really. Hi, Joe. Yeah,
hey, Joe.
Yeah,
sorry, Karen. Sorry to see Karen. I think I have to shoot off now.
Bloody kids.
Right. Yeah, bloody kids. So tell me about it.
No,
Karen, Enzo, and chat. Thank you very much for having me. Sorry I couldn't stay longer.
Oh no, you're right, and everyone's going to look forward to your next chat. That was pretty good. And for the time being, don't put a box over your head or a bag. Just I thought about that the other day. You could just do the ghost sheet thing with some sunglasses and a hat.
It's going to take me a little while. I've got some ideas.
There you go.
On how to improve that, but at the moment, a lot of people seem to like the box, so we'll go with the box for now.
All right, mate. Thank you, and I'll talk to you soon about stuff and about where we can go. I'll find somewhere.
Sounds good. Lovely. All the best, you two.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, but there you are. No, that's right. Men are not just a piece of meat. It's how terrible to talk about a man in that fashion. You're good for opening jars, and that's about it. Isn't that horrible? Oh. Come back, Enzo. That's why my kids keep correcting me. That's why when I went to see the Barbie movie with them, and we've spoken about this before. But I went to see the Barbie movie, and the girls saw it through completely different eyes than I did. I saw it through the eyes of, fuck off, leave men alone. Like, we need men. Like, men are good. Men are fun. Men are another animal. Like, just let them be. So I don't know. Men get a hard time. Oh dear. The Adventures Beth said, yes, taking out the trash, lifting heavy objects, mowing the lawn. To be honest, the amount of times, like, I do everything around my house myself, and sometimes I do wish that there was a male in the house, because, you know, I'm pretty strong, but sometimes I'm just not strong enough, and I think, I just need a man to climb that ladder. Yeah, I just look.
You gotta kill that spider. You gotta open that jar. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
I
pretty
don't
rare,
kill
but it happens.
spiders. I catch the spiders, but no, men. You know, the world would be pretty boring without men. Well, there wouldn't be a world, would there? Because women make the babies, but we need the men. You know, I used to explain to my girls the birds and the bees when they were little. They say, "Hey, mummy, how does the baby get in your tummy?" I said, "Oh, that's easy." I said, "Mummy's got the eggs, but Daddy gives me the seeds. I need the seeds to put in the eggs, and then they grow into the baby." Oh, and that's how I said it. So they just assumed that the male, the male gives you the seeds, and you do that somehow. They did ask in the end, how do you get the seeds into the eggs? And I said, oh, the seeds can go in themselves. You just, and then I gave up, because I thought that narrative kind of, if they asked too many questions, you know. And by the time they were in grade 4 or 5 of school, they knew more than I did. But, you know, because kids talk, children. Yes. See, that's the thing. I can do most things because I've learnt to be you know, when you're a single mum, you've got to do things yourself. But there's still some things I'm happy to, you know, pay a man to do. And I don't mean it like that. I mean, like, you know, I will pay a man to come around and mow the lawn. More than welcome to. It gives me a break. Or if something, you know, yeah. So I don't know.
How much money to give you a break?
Joe just said, my Lord, imagine if your children walked up to dudes and asked, do you have any baby seeds? But I think a man would understand. My little girl, Gabriella, she was born early. So she's got a developmental delay, or she did have a developmental delay. And her dad never had anything to do with her, really. So when a daddy would come to kinder or daycare to pick up their child would say, there's daddy. And Gabby understood what a daddy was, and she'd run up to their daddy and hold on to them. Like, can I have a cuddle? Oh. And the poor daddy, you know how, whatever, the daddy'd go, oh, and freeze up. And I'd say, it's okay. It's okay. You're allowed to give her a hug. Oh, and he'd give her a hug, but it used to break my heart. Men are good. Men are good. I like men. I love men. I think they're good. Some men I don't love.
Try.
Yeah, but on the whole, 99% of men are good. 99% of women are good. It's that 1% on either side that makes you roll your eyes. Catherine says, I notice when a man gets undressed. Oh, my goodness gracious. I don't have any men getting undressed in front of me, so it's pretty easy not to do that. Oh, dear. Who's leaving? Oh, Kazza G. Is she already gone? I missed it because I was talking again. Geez, I'm good at that. Yeah, we do. But I think, do you know what the perfect world would be, I think, Enzo? If you didn't necessarily live together, you just were friends and shared times, went to movies, all that sort of thing. And then at the end of the day, you go back to your own houses and go to sleep in your own bed and cook your own breakfast and cook your own meals and, you know, just had your space. I think that's it. Catherine just says, Karen, we love your talking. Yeah, but I talk too much. That's what I get told. Didn't you watch any of the episodes? I get told to shut up all the time in all the investigations I did in America. Shh, 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 shh. I should get a T-shirt. Shh. I figured the ghosties like to listen to me talk. I mean, how often do
Waverly experience? Let's see what's going on with the shh.
I just got told to shut up. When I look back at all the footage, I got nearly every investigation. Shh, shh, shh. Like.
Do you hear singing. Shh.
Lucky that didn't happen then, because I wouldn't have caught whatever that was singing back.
And that's actually true. That's the one amazing thing of all of it. It's like that little bit of singing, that little bit of that touch with someone else, that this person was shushing you that entire time. It's like, God.
Well, my way of thinking is that if there's a spirit there, right, no one's talked to them in a long time. Talked. Like people walk in and go, can you tell us your name? Can you tell us this? Is there anyone here? I figure walk in.
So generic, yeah.
Yeah, walk in and just talk out loud. And say, hey, hi. Like I asked some generic questions when I was there to go along, but me personally, it's like, hey, hi. So I'm wondering, and just blah, 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 blah. And, you know, I hardly come up for a breath when I talk. So sometimes I do come up for a breath. And then I figure, well, you know, if there's anything there, they'll go, oh, she's talking to me. I'll talk back. Whereas they must get pretty bored if they're there with people going in asking the same freaking questions all the time. That's all I think.
Well, earlier in that entire video, you were in one of the actual rooms. I had the audio on, and I had the closed captioning on, and there was a part in there, nothing against you, but it certainly said foreigner more than a couple of times, which I think was a reference to you, which your accent is not an American accent, where I think they may have been cluing into you more than a few times.
Oh, I might go back and listen.
Turn on the closed captioning. You'll see it. That's where I was picking it up, where there was a couple of times where it certainly said, you know, it's a lot of what you would expect, and then out of nowhere, when no one's saying anything, foreigner. And it's like, okay, you're obviously not American with your accent. Not that your accent is bad. I'm not saying anything like that.
No, but it's different.
It is different, and certainly not from America. So it's like, okay, so if anyone is going to get that reference directed at them, it would be you.
That's right. I think the American ghosts liked talking to me, and I think they enjoyed my banter. And they certainly enjoyed my singing in the tunnel because they sung back.
And they certainly did. That is certainly obvious, which is that to me, that was the highlight of all of the stuff that you captured. It's like, what? Nobody else heard it but you. And
so it's true, because I honestly did, like in that moment walking up, the reason I was filming was, if anyone watched the episode, a couple of times I cut because I was getting told to be quiet a fair bit. So it's edited a little ways. But the idea, I wanted to walk down to the tunnel in real time so people knew how long it took in real time, because often you watch these shows and it cuts. So they're at the top of the tunnel, then they're at the bottom of the tunnel. But I wanted to sort of in real time show you how long it took to walk down and how long it took to walk up. And that's why I was filming when I was going up. And it's interesting that in the moment I heard it, but I don't know why in the moment I didn't turn around and say, like I did. I said, Cassie, are you singing? And she said, no. And I dismissed it in the moment because I thought, it must have been like an echo or whatever. But then when you listen back, and I'd forgotten about that. It wasn't until I was listening to it back.
It's super clear on the playback where it's no question that there's something else beyond what you're doing.
Yeah. Just by the by, we missed it, Enzo, but apparently which dude took his shirt off in the background, guys? The guy with the beard, or was it first? Apparently someone was stripping.
Was it this guy? This guy?
Was it this guy? Who was it? We missed it. If it was that guy, I think he
little
can
weird.
keep his shirt on. Yeah, he can keep his shirt on. You can keep your shirt on.
I will save the audience by just doing this.
Let me see. Yeah. Why is Maisie sweet? I know she's sweet. Oh yeah. Oh, I've got you. Maisie's doing the same thing. Save a horse, ride a cowboy. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. What's going on in the chat, Tanya? Oh yeah, that guy.
Very feisty Saturday night. Well, Friday night into Saturday.
I don't know.
That's
It was that guy apparently, Enzo. Ooh. So there you go. Don't know why. Too much alcohol. It looks like a nice bar. It looks like it's a fun place. You don't see too much.
Too much? What do you mean? I don't understand what that reference is.
Okay, I won't know what you're talking about. I'll pretend I don't see anything. Well, Joe is in the chat, and Joe can be rather naughty, so it's probably all his fault. And Tanya's a cheeky one too. Oh dear. What was I going to say? I don't know now. Yeah, but yeah. So the Bobby Mackey. I've already done the episode. Yeah, it's more the history. I'll probably go into there. I've got thoughts on Bobby Mackey's, but yeah, I'll blame you, Joe. I'm sure the start of it, you give off cheeky vibes all the time. But yeah, but yeah, Waverley, that one, like I said the other week, when I found that, the other ones I found, I thought, oh, that's interesting, but wonder what that could be. So I'll listen back for what you said about Foreigner. Yeah, I'd keep my eye on him. I think he's up to monkey business. But yes, but when the singing one happened, I thought, wow, that was weird. So there you go. So long as the girls don't take their clothes off, that girl's got very good defined muscles in her arms. She's gone to the other side now. She's coming back. The one with the headband around her head. Hang on, where is she? She's gone. She's disappeared. She's right behind you. Oh, she's coming back. She's coming back. She's the one that's sitting next to you.
I'll slide out of the way. Whoa.
Yeah, the one. She's got like a pinkish kind of, She obviously goes to the gym. Very well defined arms. Very good work. Yeah, a lot of the girls in this, what a load of rubbish, Joe. You talk dirty all the time. But Tanya, she could match us all. But then again, if this was just a chat where we were all chatting and no one was watching, I can be just as cheeky. I can certainly be cheeky. So there you go. What else is news? Anything? There's a blowfly. Blowfly. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing.
Astronomy-wise, there will be an asteroid sample being delivered here in about 36-ish hours by the OSIRIS-X asteroid sample, where they sent a probe to a asteroid well under the asteroid belt. They took a sample, and it's coming back to Earth where they'll be able to examine it clearly. Let me see. In about 35 hours from now is when they'll start the live stream from NASA, where they'll be talking about that. It's about 350-ish grams of material that they've collected from this asteroid well out in the asteroid belt, and it's coming to Earth, and we're going to check it out for the first time. So it's a very exciting time for scientists.
That's pretty cool. So they'll have to go and collect it when it comes into the atmosphere. So it'll be like
it's very different from stuff that they've done before, where they're kind of going with the Mars insertion type program, where as it basically it's going to land in the northwestern part of Utah in the United States, where it's this very contained little capsule that'll land out in the middle of the desert. They'll go out and collect it. There's a whole thing that they have to do to go and collect it and make sure that it's all not contaminated, because there's very hard science stuff that's inside of this basically vacuum packed container that's coming to Earth. And we'll actually be able to learn quite a bit about our early solar system and how it's developed and what it's all designed and as. There's a lot of stuff that we're going to learn. It's kind of hard to describe.
There could be some form of life in it. Just a second, I'm misting a blowfly. There you go. I can mist a blowfly. Ha ha ha! Gotcha.
All that for one blowfly?
Oh, it's a big one. He's big. There was a movie once with, I can't remember the name of it for the life of me, with David Duchovny in it, where asteroid lands in the desert somewhere and life starts to grow on it, and then it turns into
it was
what was it called? It was funny. And it had then there was a dinosaur or something, or a pterodactyl.
Yeah, it goes really crazy at the end.
It went really crazy. I just remember him being caw caw bird calls, and then the very end of it was play that funky music, White Boy or whatever it's called.
Right.
But that was a bit of a rock, and then it started off just like, I think, little mushrooms or something, and then it was something else, and then it grew into other life forms. And so who knows? This little bit of asteroid could have some kind of biological life form on it, like a mushroom. I don't know.
Could be.
Well, not a mushroom, but Tremors. Yeah, no, that's not. Yes, Tremors. I know. Yeah,
Tremors is a classic. Actually, everything that you see behind me, all the OBS bullshit that I've done, basically came from one Tremors clip, because I always wanted to do this.
Fuck you!
That's all I ever wanted to do in any live stream, is just throw out a Kevin Bacon from Tremors F you. But I don't know why I designed an entire system behind it, but there's there's a NASA live stream for
Evolution. That was the name of
that's it. That's what it is. It's very good. Very good.
Yeah. So the asteroid. I'm looking at the trailer. I don't think I can share it because I'll get
no.
But the trailer for it. Yeah. So I'm just trying to see what it was. It was sort of like little plants growing. And then they go, that's what they did. They go in and they take the plants away and they take it back to school because they're school teachers. And it's like a little worm. And yeah. I might watch that again later. That was funny. I like that movie. I think, that's right. David Duchovny moons pulls his pants down. Oh, dear. The things I watch. I watched, people in the chat will know who he is. Parpul. He's an English debunker. Yeah. I watched one of his things the other day. It popped up on my feed because I've never actually watched him before. He was a funny fella. Oh my goodness, what's that? Oh, it's all right. It's all right. I've stopped looking at YouTube. I'm a shocker. No, I was trying to find something, and yeah. But Kevin, hello, Kevin. I better just check the chat because I've been looking at silly things and someone. Yeah, but Evolution was the name of the movie I was thinking of. Yeah, Tanya, it's a funny one. I like that. I like that one. It's a good giggle movie. Alien probing. I wonder if they really do. I mean, why would they? Oh, they could probably. Maybe they could do it because they want. Why would they want a sample of that? I would go more for
Well,
I don't understand what
the only rational thing that I can think of, just off the top of my head, is that your stomach and digestive area is the most reproduced like biological part of your body, because your stomach acids will dissolve away different parts of your body, blah 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 blah. Anyways, you're going to have newest parts around your stomach area where they're regenerating quickly so that they can build up a defense for the rest of your body, blah 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 blah. Anyways, so if you're going to go where you're just going to grab someone off the street, like alien abduction style, if you want a DNA sample without diving into the side of their body, actually incisions into their physiology and stuff like that, going through their backside cavity is the quickest way.
Oh, you get plenty of cells that way, yeah. So that's probably
that area is going to have the most regenerative, newest type cells.
All right, okay. At least they're trying not to hurt us then just by probing. I mean,
Well, that's kind of what it is. It's it's hard to kind of fit that into the paradigm, but that's kind of the only thing that I can see where, all right, why would they stick a thing up there and do this? What's the purpose? Why would they possibly do that? That's the closest way where you're going to get the newest DNA, because of the way that our digestive system works. We're constantly eliminating things and growing new ones. So that's the newest.
Yeah. And they can even
DNA.
Because that's why, when you're having colonoscopy, that's what they do. They go in and take the cells and whatever and check them for different things. So all about
Exactly.
So I suppose, well, at least the aliens aren't cutting people open and taking their livers or, things like that. They're just merely popping something up the back area and taking a sample and then sending you on your way.
Whether you like it or not.
Yeah. But, I don't know. But it'd be interesting to see what ends up happening too with all of this bizzo with the aliens. I think somehow the government's going to try and, I don't know. By now one would assume that there'd be a little bit more happening, but I suppose it's slow goings. They still think people are stupid. Someone made a good point the other day. Who was it? I can't remember. Someone made a point. I was watching someone and they said, here's a thought. We vote you in. We vote the government in. We pay through our taxes your wage. We pay you to govern us. We elected you. How about you show us what you've got? Like, how is it correct that you should think you're better than us and smarter than us and should be able to hide things from us when we've got every right to know what you're hiding? And I think they should. But anyway. Oh, Catherine, I hope you don't get taken and probed. It's not fun being probed. I don't think. I want an alien to come down and take me away, though. Maybe they've got a way. Well, maybe they've got a way to reverse time, so we can reverse time back to the 90s. Actually, reverse time back to Roswell. Ooh, that could be a good movie. Reverse time back to Roswell, back to before the craft crashes, and tell the aliens, don't trust the humans.
Well, that's the thing is,
Roles.
you start getting into timey-wimey stuff, it gets really complicated very quickly. Is where if you go back in time and start eliminating entire things that structured your personal history, okay, you prevent the Roswell crash. Hey, alien space brothers, don't go into this area because they're using whatever radar technology, which is going to f with your craft and cause you to crash and cause a whole thing. So that doesn't happen. You're stuck because you're in 1946ish, 7ish area, and all right, now what? What?
Oh, that's
happens?
okay. I'll go to Hollywood and I'll find Errol Flynn and I'll tell him to keep it in his pants and he should marry me. I'll be Mrs. Flynn and keep his what's it in his pants. Or maybe not. Who else did I like from that time period? Well, I was in love with Errol Flynn as a young girl, and he was Australian, technically. So that's what I would do. I'd just leave Roswell. Oh, wait. And then I'd write notes for all of the children.
It's way more complicated.
It's way more complicated.
Yeah.
It's very timey-wimey. I don't know. Errol Flynn was very cute in his day. He just drank too much alcohol, and by the time he was 50, he was stuffed. And he was a bit of a sex maniac. He was a bit of a sex maniac. But, yeah, it's Errol Flynn. And back in the day, whatever. They were all like that. Charlie Chaplin was a sex maniac. They're all, because they could be. Women threw themselves at them. So what are you going to do? It's true. If you're a rock star, an actor, or whatever, people, I don't know what it is. So you can get what you want. And that's just how it is. But I think all movie stars should marry just regular women, though, like proper women that just work proper jobs. They shouldn't marry actors or actresses because egos can work their way in there. So I don't know. Because look at, what's his name? Matt Damon. He married a waitress. She was a waitress in a restaurant or a bar he went into. Cupid drew its bow and they fell in love and they're happily married. There you go. Or I'm not talking about that. That's a no-no, Tanya. I'm not going to talk about it because if I do, I could get yelled at for sure. I'll open up a can of worms and people may not like worms.
That is a can of worms, yes.
That's a can of worms. But the only thing I will say is that I believe what YouTube did is disgusting. You don't do that. And I believe what the British government is doing is disgusting. This is a world where people have a right to reply, a world where a person has the right to defend themselves, a world where supposedly we're innocent until proven guilty. And I'm disgusted with what they've done. And that's all I'll say. And may the truth come out either way. But I think, it's disgusting because I certainly wouldn't want that happening to me. Like if someone said, oh, Karen ran over our dog yesterday and then she jumped on it. And all of a sudden everyone says, oh, Karen ran over a dog and jumped on it and believed it. And then YouTube comes along and says, oh, my God, Karen ran over a dog and jumped on it. That's it. Like, no, hang on. Wait a minute. hello, no, I didn't, or well, yes, I did, but this is why, or whatever. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say. Shut me up, Enzo.
Okay. Next instance. Yes.
Yes, the next instance. But yeah. Oh, Maisie. The YouTube decided that because allegations have been made via a documentary by Channel 4 and the BBC. Allegations have been made in a documentary. So YouTube decided, because the allegations are of a rather distressing nature, rather than wait and think, well, hang on, is this even real? Because like no one's been charged. The police aren't involved as yet. Is this real? Well, just in case, we're going to cut off all ways that this man can earn money via our... They haven't taken his page down. You can still see his posts, etc., but they've cut off his monetary gain from his channel, which is indeed, my understanding is it's his only form, apart from Rumble, his only form of income. So they've just decided, yep, snap, that's it. You're not making any more money. And the English government, not the government per se, but one of the agencies that works for the government, has written letters, which I find rather disgusting, written letters to probably YouTube, Twitter, or whatever it's called now, Rumble, I think Facebook, or like all of them, all of the social media platforms that he is on. The government has written to them and said, so are you going to stop him from earning money? We'd like to know what your thoughts are on this. Thank you very much. Basically saying stop him from earning money. And I find that rather disgusting, quite frankly. How dare they? The man's not even been charged. Someone's accused him, and who knows? We don't know. No one really knows. And anyone, Maisie would know him well from back in the day. He was, a rogue. But back in the day, it was acceptable. That's how we all laughed. We all did. I was one of the people that laughed. People go, he's a sleaze bucket, but but at the end of the day, for anybody to take away someone's right to earn a living when they have not been charged with a crime, and it's just all on hearsay at the moment. He said, she said. I think it's disgusting. And what kind of world are we heading for where that can happen? So that means that if you're at work and someone makes up a lie about you at work, be you a garbage man or a checkout chick at Walmart, someone makes up a lie about you and your boss says, oh, that's it, you're fired. What? Like, in what world is that correct, that you can tell someone what they... No. Anyway, end of rant. Yes, and that's right. And nowadays you are guilty, but you shouldn't be. Let's just, Oh, did you, Maisie? Did you have to get the girls for him too back in the day? Maisie said she did security for him. Oh, dear. But anyway, people do things when they're young, and people grow, and some people don't change at all. People just are assholes their whole life. But, other people, so I don't know. So I'm not going to say anything because who the hell knows, yeah? We don't know the truth, and until something happens, that's all it is. But my heart breaks for anybody that's put in the position where their income is cut Anyway, I'll shut up now. Thanks, Enzo. Oh, yeah, Enzo hears aliens all the time. He's actually giving me a cue to shh. I don't want to. I've seen some people talking about it, and wow, the hate people are just, and I'm like, wow.
There is certainly a deep, dark divide going on right there.
It's scary, and it's not that whole story. But what scares me is the fact that, and we were sort of talking about this before, but in the world of social media, you can have an opinion and people give you daggers. Like, it's not nice. It's not nice. You can't. Hey, Black Cat, you just go. We don't know anything. We're not the judge. We're not the jury. We're not the police. We're not whatever. And you can't stop people from having an opinion if they have an opinion, not about the Russell thing, about anything. Aliens, you know, oh, I believe in aliens. Oh, you're an idiot because they're not real. Or, oh, well, you're an idiot because they are real. Like, no one's an idiot. No one knows. No one knows, and the people that do know aren't talking. The same with ghosts. We don't know. No one knows. And so everyone's allowed to have an opinion so long as their opinion is polite and flexible and, hey, I know what you're saying, but maybe this or whatever. Like, just keep it nice, you know. Maisie's worked with a lot of people and she's been very privileged to work with them. Yeah, there's some good people out there. Honestly, there is. You can feel them before they hit you, Karen. Feel what before they hit me? What did I miss? No one better hit me. But, yeah, just be kind because you don't know. One day, we all live in little glass houses. One day, something could happen and someone could say something really horrible about you. And you might think back to, oh, God, I hope that's not karma because I said something really horrible about that person. And that's why, you know, you just got to be careful. Daggers. Yeah. Oh, daggers. Oh, did I? I talk so much. Daggers just means give you daggers, you know, like look at you with nasty eyes. Yeah, it's all good. I can't keep up with what I'm saying. Oh, dear me. But yeah, but that's why I enjoy the people in this chat because, you know, they're not you, Karen. I don't know, they're just all nice. Like no one here, every now and then someone will bite me a little bit, but in a polite way. Like, you know, when I was talking earlier about the Amy's Crypt thing, that's why I made it clear that I've got nothing against them. I got upset because of a certain thing, and I'm allowed to get upset because it upset me. But does that mean I think that they're not nice people? No. You know, but there's some people that I will say things about because they present like the boys with the crayons on their face. You know, they're not good boys. Their parents should give them a smack across the back of their head and tell them to watch their mouth. You know, that's what's missing, people. Corporal punishment. Get the old strap out. That's right, Tanya. Back to get. I didn't get the strap. I got the ruler across my knuckles when I was at school. I don't ever think that should be brought back to school. That was horrific. You probably would have missed out on it because you're a bit younger than me, Enzo. But yeah, when I was at school, the boys would get the strap. They'd have to go to the principal's office and they would get the strap if they had done something naughty, or like the belt, belt. And yeah, the ruler. I didn't get it on the bum. I got it on my hands. Oh, and once on the back of my legs. Oh, strict. And you know why? This is why it was wrong. We had milk. Every morning we'd have to sit down and drink our milk, okay? So the milk would be brought in a little crate, and oftentimes if it was a warm day, the milk would be a bit warm. This one particular day, the milk was a bit warm, and I still had about, the bottle was about as big as my pronoun. I still had about this much milk in the bottom, and I couldn't finish it. And the teacher said, finish your milk. And I said, I can't. Finish your milk, young lady. But I'm full, I can't, and it's warm. Bring that bottle of milk here. And she was a wicked witch. She was a fill-in. My teacher had gone to get married, so this teacher was a fill-in, and she was probably, well, to me, she seemed 100. Wicked old witch. So I took my milk bottle up and I put it on the thing. She said, now put your hands out. And I had no idea what she was doing because I'd never been smacked. And she said, spread your fingers out on the table. And I've gone like that. Wow, she lifted up this long ruler and went whack down on my knuckles. And then I've gone, and she said, put them back. And I've gone, and she said, put them back. And she did it 3 times. all because I wouldn't finish my milk. Rotten old lady.
Jeez.
She'd be dead now. Hopefully she's up somewhere getting her knuckles wrapped. Yeah, it's very mean. Yeah, the milk. Oh, Stephanie remembers too. Yeah, the milk was always. I don't know what they might have called it in another country. Was milk back in the Ice Age? Oh, you smart. Tanya. Oh, God. That was 1969. 1969, and I was the milk monitor, which meant that when the milk came, me and another boy who was 1969, well, and another boy and I were the milk monitors. So when the time came for morning play lunch or morning play lunch, playtime, we had to go out and get the crate of milk and bring it into the classroom. I enjoyed being the blackboard monitor because that meant on a hot day when all the kids went out to play, I could just go and wipe everything off the blackboard and be inside where it was a bit cooler. But we didn't have air conditioning back in the day. It was just cooler. When I was a little girl, and I used to walk to school.
Uphill in the snow, both ways.
Well, through the heat, we didn't have snow. Kevin says that a teacher forced him to eat scalloped potato in grade 1, and she regretted it because he threw up all over her. Oh, I'll tell you something really horrible. I told my daughter this the other day, and she went, "Oh, don't tell that story." I was in grade 3, so I would have been 8, and we were inside and sitting in class, and it was getting towards school finish, but I desperately had to go to wee-wees. I desperately had to do wees, and I put my hand up and I said to the teacher, "I need to go to the toilet. Just hold on, we're nearly finished." And I held on, but hand up again, minutes passed. I just couldn't hold on, and I peed myself. And luckily we had like a little bucket seat, like it was like a bucket seat the way it swooped. And then school finished. "You can go now," she said. And I like, oh my God. And I knew what I'd done. And I was wearing, I can still remember, it was so traumatic. I was wearing a mohair purple fluffy jumper. Everybody left the classroom, and the teacher was talking to someone in the hallway. So I took off my jumper and I put it underneath me because I thought, oh God. Because I thought, what am I going to do? The wheeze will be in the chair. So I did that, and I walked all the way home and cried. It was horrible. You always let a child go to the toilet. Teachers in the 60s and 70s were cruel. That would have been about 1971. The memories. Maisie was born in 1969. There you go. More clues coming out on your age. And Catherine, you were born in 1971, or you went to the toilet in your chair in 1971. I'm sure other kids must have nightmarish, other humans. Yeah, PP. Yes, PPP, PST, PTSD. Yeah, I still remember it. It was horrible. Luckily, it wasn't number 2. Imagine that. That'd be devastating, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be very different. Yeah.
That would be different. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, the memories. And the other thing that, and I'm sure there's a million people, I don't know what you were like at school, Enzo, but I hated school sports. And to this day, I hate sports because of PE, because of having to be forced to do sports and being, we don't want her on our team. She can't throw a ball. She can't run properly. And it was horrific. I think it should be outlawed. Only the people that want to do it should do it. And for the other ones that don't like sports, take them for a walk. Give them some gym equipment. Let them dance. Take them into the hall and put on music and let them dance around. Like that's movement. That's exercise, you know. But anyway, damn it, I wanting for a show can't spell. Damn it, are you drunk, Catherine? It's just I'm missing a whole conversation. Oh my God!
It don't make you a bad person.
No. Oh dear. Oh, hang on. What's going on? The guy in the background. Is he doing something again? Am I missing is it the guy in the background?
Oh, this guy.
He hasn't. Someone said if he takes his pants off, I hope he does. He's in shorts anyway by looks. Oh, they're deep in conversation. They've been having fun. They've been dancing to the band in the background, Enzo.
Actually, I have a different cam for that.
Do you? Yeah, show the band. I think, is it? I can't see. You might. The band's finished. Huh.
Hang on a second. I may be able
Hang on,
to,
is that the band?
adjust that.
It looks like they're getting ready to shut up shop. No, Catherine's sober today, she says. Oh, there you go. A ding ding dong ding 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 dong. Ding 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 dong dong.
It's the Virgin Islands. Don't expect much. It's
is it? The band got taken by aliens. Currently being probed in another dimension. Yeah, Kevin, it was a bit like that. Kills your self-esteem. Like you get picked last, and people don't want to do it. I understand sport's a really big thing in the human race, and I really don't know why. Don't know why people like sport. It baffles me. What are they doing? Oh, they're dancing. What are they playing?
I have no idea.
Oh, you don't get sound? Oh.
Well, I could, but it would totally pick up everything we're doing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, just imagine they're playing some blues. I went to the cupboard was bare. I went to the cupboard, wasn't any food in there. Well, I was hungry.
The Australian revelation of what blues would be is hilarious.
Well, isn't that the blues? You got the blues because there's no food in your cupboard, you know.
The cupboard was bare.
Wasn't any food in there. I used to do that with my boys when they were little, sing in the kitchen, and I did it with the girls too. They'd get up in the morning and I'd say, "Good morning," and they'd look at me, and when they were little, they'd sing back, "Good morning, mummy." They'd sing, and we'd have a conversation just singing. Now I do it, and they look at me and go, okay. Nobody has fun anymore. I'm sure I've been
eat, right? All right.
I think I've been bitten by a mosquito while I've been sitting here. Bloody thing. We're coming in. We got told by the Weather Bureau that here in Australia we are now in the midst or the beginnings of what's it called? An El Nino. So we're also going to have a disgustingly dry, hot summer. So I was expecting it anyway. Once America and then England got it. So yeah, I don't know if you had El Nino, but you certainly had a shitty summer.
Let's see the possible different configurations of weather where you could possibly go when you could. It's going to suck no matter what happens. Oh, yeah. Imagine that.
Yeah, I know. And I'm thinking, oh my God. And I'm coming over to my garden. For those of you who are still here, I'm not sure. I think everyone's dropping off and going to bed now. So I'll finish soon anyway. There's only 9 of you still here, bless your cotton socks. I did take a video because I was asked by my friend Holly to take a video of my backyard, my fairy garden and my garden, and someone else in chat asked me to do it as well, and I can't remember who now. So I did do one. I tried to do something with it yesterday, but my stupid phone wouldn't Bluetooth it, so I'll just stick a cord on. But where was I going? Oh, you'll see, you'll see when you see my garden why I'm worried about the El Nino weather while I'm gone, because while I'm gone in America, I have to leave it up to my children to water the garden. When I came back from America last time, and that was May, when it was quite cool here, or not cool, but half my plants were like, help, you know, so I'm like, Arr. So before I go, I'm going to make sure I've...
Maybe a few more instructions for plant care before you leave.
Yes, I'm just going, and I'll offer bribery. If I get home and none of my plants are dead, I'll, you know, give them something, you know, whatever. Kevin just says he hasn't been able to walk outside because of the heat until about a week or two ago.
Yeah,
The heat in America, the heat in America has been pretty bad, and I do believe England got it badly as well. Mind you, England complains when it's like, oh, actually, they haven't. They used to complain a lot. They go, oh, it's a heat wave, and it'd be like 30, and I think, oh, Jesus Christ, 30, that's a good day here. But I think they got some pretty extreme weather there, didn't you, Maisie? I wonder how Scotland...
It's a pretty narrow range for England. I've certainly been there when it's gotten into that temperature range where it's like, it's a little uncomfortable. And people are dropping like flies, like it's the end of the world. It's like, what?
Yeah, but normally it is cold, so I don't know. But yes, Black Cat, and I'm glad you survived that. Black Cat was just saying she's well, you were born in, when was it? 1960, so you're 63 because I'm 60. So yeah, and she's a cancer survivor. So anyone who survives that is a champion. Someone should make that illegal.
Cancer? Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think everyone would elect that one to be illegal.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's terrible. Stephanie Woods. Oh, you're 60 as well. Oh, good. There's a whole heap of old farts in my chat.
That makes me the kid.
Yeah, Enzo's a lot younger. He's the baby. Oh, Tanya's not that old. Tanya's only about 30.
I'll be 56 in November.
Oh, and Maisie Rose, yeah, well, she's a bit younger than me, but me and Maisie, yeah. And what time? It's 4:30 a.m. now for poor old Maisie. Jeez. Yeah, I'm the oldest, I think. Oh, no, hang on. Black Cat is, because she's 3 years older than me. Catherine, please don't put us in the same category as Portland. We live surrounded by farmers here in McMinnville. Is that in the south? McMinnville?
It is not.
Where's Portland? I hang on. Portland's Oregon, and Oregon is... where is Oregon? I'm looking at a map of America.
It's in the northwest part of America.
Northwest. Woohoo! Cowboys. Let me think. No. Cowboys is more southwest. Anyway, Cowboys once were in America, and some still are.
True.
That's right. I know my history. Oh, I got so excited. I had heard that Frasier was coming back, because I love watching the old Frasier.
That's what I've heard that as well.
And every now and then it'd say, oh, new Frasier trailer, and it'd be some stupid mock-up. There's an actual proper real, it's real. I saw the trailer for Frasier. Oh, it looks good. So his son's all grown up. And remember the guy in the show that was very effeminate? He was the one that had the radio. He had a radio show before Frasier would come on sometimes. He was very effeminate, and he's in it.
His brother? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. Well, I didn't see David in it, so I don't know that David's coming back. Surely he will. I mean, oh, my goodness. But it just looked wonderful. I just thought, oh, I can't wait. It was the same sort of humour. I miss that humour. That humour is so cool. But, yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. Black Cat. Karen, we are close in age, or am I older? If you were born in 1960, you're 3 years older than... Oh, well, it depends when you were born in 1960. I was born in January 1963.
Ooh.
Yeah, I used to binge watch Frasier. I'd sit there and watch when we used to have the satellite TV before YouTubes and all that sort of thing, before cable. I used to watch it on Foxtel. I don't know if America had Foxtel. But, yeah, every now and then they'd have like 24 hours of Frasier, and I'd just watch it and watch it and watch it. Oh, you found it, Tanya. Tanya's got the trailer to the new Frasier show there. It looks good. I did like Frasier. I like the humour. It was clever. It was very cleverly written. What did you send me in the private chat, Enzo? I just had a look. It's a YouTube thing. YouTube/watch. I'll go back and look later. Sorry, I just saw a note.
That was like an hour ago.
What was it? What is it?
That's the Osiris Rex asteroid sample return plan for about 38 hours from now, where they'll be recovering that sample from an asteroid.
Can I play it again? Can I play what? Maisie, sorry, what have I missed? Maisie, I loved Frasier. Can you play it again, Karen? I don't think I can play anything on here. I don't know how to do that. Oh, okay. Thanks, Catherine. Enzo sent you a video about alien probing, Karen. No, he didn't. I'm gonna watch that. Well, that'll be on the news, or will it be on the NASA site? Won't it? It'll be on NASA's site. The thing coming in.
Yeah.
Because I've got I'm subscribed to NASA, so I'll go back in and check, and I'll check your link. But the trailer for I didn't play the trailer for Frasier, but it's there. Tanya found the link. If I play something, so I don't get in trouble, do I have to stop and start?
Yes, yes, you would.
Just watch it yourself, Maisie, because that'll be annoying. Not for me.
You could certainly post a link. One of your wrenches, of course, has already done that. But
yeah, one of my wrenches, my wench, Tanya.
Wrenches. One of your wrenches.
Tanya's
been all over it. I'll have to give it to Tanya.
Tanya is fantastic. Tanya's
been all over it.
Yeah, she's really good. There's a few. Who have I got? I don't know. Tanya's the main moderator. Tanya's generally always in. She's usually always supported with me. But I was watching Side Eye Guy struggle yesterday, and Crow was moderating, and someone else was moderating. And yes, they were sort of saying things in the chat, but poor old Side Eye was getting all flustered. And I said to him, it was funny. I don't know. Tanya was in the chat, so I don't know if she heard him. But I said to Side Eye in a thing, you need to get Tanya to be Tanya M to be one of your moderators. And he saw the message, but he kind of read it funny, and he said, Tina. And I was in the car, so I couldn't say much else. And I've gone, not Tina, Tanya. And he said, if she's still in there, I'll make it, because, yeah, she's all over it. Yeah, you are a wench, Tanya. Oh, dear. Catherine says a sexy wrench. Yes, I know America has cowboys. Well, I've seen a few cowboys. Men in hats and cowboy hats and a nice shirt and whatever look lovely. Yeah, I like a man in a cowboy hat. There was a cowboy. There's a country singer back in the day who tried to turn his hand at acting, and I'm talking back in the day, as in like the 80s, the 90s, and I'm trying to think of his name, and I can't. It was around the same time as now I've gone blank with him. Shit. This dude was in a movie about train robbers or something, and I can't think of his name. Very famous for back in the day singer. We knew him in Australia, but anyway, but he looked really good in a hat. But when he took his hat off, not so good. It was kind of like, leave your hat on. So I don't know. Sometimes men look really good in a hat and then they take it off and you go, oh, I'd put it back on. I just can't think of his name. Oh, dear. There you go. See that comment, Tanya? Oh, goodness. I'm not talking about that. Meet Cowboys. That's great Canadian. Meet Cowboys, Kevin. I'm missing I'm missing all the cowboy things. But cowboys are lovely and cowgirls are lovely. Annie Oakley, she was a cowgirl. And what was the other? Annie Oakley, was she the one that performed with Buffalo Bill? They went to England. Was it Annie Oakley?
That's correct.
Yeah. And then get your gun. Oh, it was Doris Day played her in a movie, wasn't it? Annie Oakley, or is that someone else?
Annie, get your gun. Yeah.
Annie, get your gun. Yeah. Yeehaw! And I remember thinking, I'm sure Annie Oakley didn't sing like that, and she didn't look like Doris Day either. Yeah. I reckon that's really sad the way Buffalo Bill died in that, because he got shot in the poker game. And he should have listened to his gut, because he didn't like to sit with his back to the door. His instincts
never sit with your back to the that's pretty standard nowadays. Where that's one of those lessons learned from people from our past, where it's like, don't ever sit with your back to the door. Always sit in the corner where you don't have anybody that can see it behind you. Any of that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I know. Poor old fella. Oh, he wasn't that old, I don't think. But yeah. But yeah, it's funny that you think that they went all the way to England and did this like traveling show, and and then that was his end. Like he was murdered. That was terrible. What the cows moo and the corn blows in the wind. Okay. Was it Betty Hutton? You know what? You're right. Then who did Doris Day play? She's right. Now this is going to do my head in. Where's Google? There was Annie Get Your Gun, which you're correct, and then Doris Day. Hang on, was it Doris Day? Yes, it was. It was Doris Day movie. Cowgirl. That'll do. Cowgirl. Calamity Jane. That's what I was thinking of. Calamity Jane. And then there was Annie Oakley. I am not going to feed the wild horses when I go to Virginia City, Tanya. I am not. But however, if I do happen to put some carrots and things like that down on the ground to feed the donkeys or the mules, and I walk over to, because it's going to be cold when I'm there, I might walk over to get my jacket. While my back is turned, those wild horses, I can't go near them to take the food away, so I can't be held accountable for those thieving wild horses. I was when I was there and the wild horses in, I think September of last year, so a year ago when I was there, wild horses were at Connie's house, and I was in awe, like, oh wow, the wild Mustangs, and they're there, and they were flighty, but Connie, because they come to her property all the time, they know where some of the food is, so they're kind of used to Connie. But I went over and I did not, they stole things from me. They stole some things from me, and but the end of it, so I was there for another week. I was there for a total of 2 weeks, which wasn't long enough. But by the end of it, the leader of the Mustangs, like the male horse that seemed to be in charge, who would come to the front all the time, finally came up to me, and I reached out my hand because I'd been reaching out my hand to touch him before, and he wouldn't let me. He's like, "Yeah, go away." He finally let me. He let me touch his nose. It was awesome. And when I went back,
how was that?
yeah, and when I went back, he came up with a female, and he was there, and they weren't. He remembered me. I don't know why I would assume they would forget me and not trust or whatever, but he remembered. So I'm looking forward to going back because I'll be there for a month and I'll be staying with Connie, which is where they are. So there's nothing better, I reckon, than a feeling of a wild animal trusting you. I love it. I love it. That's correct, Tanya. It is not my fault if they eat the food I supply to the donkeys or the mules. Oh no, I wouldn't be scared of getting bitten. I'd be getting scared of getting kicked in the head by a wild horse, or just basically run over. Because if they run at you, they'll just trample you. But no, they didn't give off that vibe anyway. They were cautious. They were worried about me. But once that I was trusted, it was just a nice feeling. Black Cat says we're in farmland now and it's dark out here. Well, put out some, fairy lights or something, twinkly lights, and make it look like one of those. I'd do some strange things if I lived in the country. You know, those drawings that you see from space on the ground, like alien type things. I'd make one out of fairy lights, solar powered fairy lights. So the nighttime, if there was an alien spaceship, they'd see a friendly picture and they could come down and land on it. Tanya says, choice, being probed by aliens or bitten by a vampire, you choose. Alien probing. I don't want to become there you go. Look at that. Yeah. I think, Tanya, I'd much rather be probed by an alien than bitten by a vampire. Then again, it depends what the vampire looks like and who he is.
True.
But no, because that'll hurt. The probing thing, they probably knock you out or something.
You would hope.
Oh my God! Quickly Down Under. That's a blast from the past.
Oh boy!
Crikey!
Tom Selleck. Yeah.
He made that down here. Yeah.
Yep, he sure did. That's classic old school Tom Selleck there.
Yeah, good old Tom. I wonder how he's going. Apparently, he's got a house right near Virginia City, and so is some other. Yeah, apparently, my friend Connie says that on a good day you can see where if you drive the right way, you can see he's got a house and they've got a hot tub. And she said on a good day you can see the hot tub. I said, can you see anyone in it? Oh, dear. But, yeah, Tom's getting on a bit now. How old would he be? Shivers. He'd have to be in the 70s.
Easily, yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing about most men. They can look pretty good in their old age. But, I saw Cher. I don't know if it was the music because I don't watch things like that anymore. But she performed at one of these music things and sung live, which credit to her. She was singing live, but she sang Believe and Turn Back Time. Far out. I mean, yes, okay, she's had plastic surgery done, but my God, she looks good. I always wanted to grow up to be Cher. I did. When I was little, I thought I want to be just like Cher. I've loved her since I was a kid. One of the first records I had as a little girl, well, probably my mum bought it, but I used to play it. It was a song called Gypsies, Tramps and Thieves. I loved that song. Never knew what it meant. I do now, but then I didn't know what it meant. It was just that it was Cher.
Yeah, it's a little different nowadays, but yeah, that was very popular back in the day.
That was a popular song. I loved Cher. I still love Cher. But she's, 77? Apparently she's going out again with another fella that she used to go out with.
77?
Isn't she? Yeah, she'd be my mum's age.
Oh, she's got to be, but it just seems
Oh,
mind-boggling
when you,
that she's that
yeah,
old.
yeah. When you look at her, I mean, yes, she's had work done, but she also keeps herself very fit. I mean, she's still got the body she had when she was. She's got great genes because her mum's passed away now, I think, but her mum also looked beautiful for her age, like, you know, and she was a lot older.
May 20th, 1946, 77 years.
Yeah, she's the same age as my mum. My mum's passed, but
Wow.
yeah, she's 77. She's old enough to be my mum, I suppose, because my mum was 17 when she had me. But there you go.
And apparently Dolly Parton is also 77 years.
Is Dolly only 77? She looks good too. Good old Dolly. Yeah, good old Dolly. Yeah, it'll be a sad day when we lose either one of them.
Oh, I know.
Because everyone gets old and it sucks, and then you die.
Yeah.
But never mind. We're a hot tub. A hot tub full of water. Say hot. What? Say hot tub. What? James Brown. Yes. Eddie Murphy. Have you ever seen that little Saturday Night Live? It's Eddie Murphy dressed as James Brown, and it's James Brown's hot tub celebrity party or whatever it is. Oh, that's funny. Oh, yeah. Bloody Eddie Murphy, he's a winner. I like him. I used to love watching anything with Richard Pryor. I love Richard Pryor. I was sad when he passed away. That was sad.
Yeah.
You know, and I like a lot of the old comics from back in the day. Like, Richard Pryor was probably my favourite, followed by Eddie Murphy because he's a bit younger. I laugh at Chris Rock. But I love a lot of the older comedians, like, oh my gosh, what's his name? Always having problems. People always giving him trouble. He was on Johnny Carson a lot. Karen starts with an R. Why can't I think of his name? He was in Caddyshack. Whoa, someone sit on a duck.
Rodney Dangerfield.
Thank you, Rodney Dangerfield. Adore Rodney Dangerfield. He made me laugh.
He's great.
He is so funny. And Don Rickles. Oh my God, Don Rickles.
Don Rickles was this whole other level of just sarcasm, just fighting to your core, where your soul was like, "Oh my God, I've been flayed alive."
Yeah,
but it's Don Rickles, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah, everybody was happy to be picked on by Don Rickles. It was so funny, and like his jokes, yes, racist, yes, but
well, and again, that's one of those things like we talked about earlier in the show.
Yeah, that was back in the day. It was fine.
Product of its time, where we did kind of make fun of each other's races and differences. We made fun of what was different from everyone else.
Yeah, but everybody,
even everyone out, where it wasn't to make you lower than everyone else. It's like we're evening everyone out. You know, kind of an idea.
Like they had, the Rat Pack, Sammy Davis Jr.
Davis Jr.,
Martin, Frank Sinatra, all of those guys, but they'd all hang out, and Don would go to town on Sammy Davis, and Sammy loved it. Like, he loved it, and he went to town on a few others. Because I watch a lot of old Johnny Carson. I love it. It just puts me in a happy place. It just puts me in a happy place.
There was an episode on the old Johnny Carson where George Noble, who was a fair comedian back in his day, was scheduled to come on. He was the regular scheduled guest, and then Johnny would sometimes make room for these other celebrities that would come in, and he had this entire lineup of the entire Brat Pack, and Bob Hope was on there. This is Sammy Davis Jr. was on there. There was all these people, and George Noble comes out. I was like, oh, I see you're having a slow night, so I thought I'd come on and help you out, kind of a thing. And it's like just rolling with it. It's like, yes.
Yeah, I've seen that episode. I loved it. And I just loved they used to make fun of each other, and you see people younger than us you'll sometimes see in the comments, oh my God, oh, I can't believe you said that. I'm like, shut up. That it was how it was back then. And funnily enough, they loved each other. Like, it wasn't what you think. Like I said earlier, me and my friend used to call each other names. And no, it's not appropriate now because times have changed. But it was said with most of the time with love and fun. And even Don Rickles, when he'd really gone to town on someone, he'd then slow it back and he'd go, I love you. Say hey to your mum for me. Because oftentimes he knew these people.
Yes.
Tell your mum, whatever. I love you. Thank you. We're blessed to have you. Whatever.
And usually because of the way Don Rickles was, is he would fall back. It's like, hey, this is a light joke. And then he would nuke you into oblivion right after that. And that was the beauty of all of it, where it was like, hey, I'm poking fun at you. I'm telling you I'm poking fun at you. Here comes the nuke, just so you know, and just smashes you.
Yeah.
And everyone would find it funny, including the person that is the center of the joke. Being the center of the joke is not the end of the world. That's one of those things that has been lost, I feel, over the years.
It has. Like it was, and I love it when the few times, not a few times, many times where he'd be talking to, like Frank would be on with Johnny, and Don would come out, he'd go, hey, Frank, Johnny DiNazzo called, and he says, Frank Napazio, whatever, boom, boom. And he'd make all these jokes. And you just see Frank laugh and laugh and laugh. And I used to think I don't think anyone else could make those jokes. Have you heard that? I love this story. I know I should just find the clip, but I can't because I'll get in trouble. Don tells a story. Actually, Don has told the story, but this night I watched it. It was Frank Sinatra telling the story. Frank was at a restaurant, and Don comes over to him at the restaurant and goes, Frank, hey, I'm sorry to interrupt your dinner, but I brought this young lady out for a meal, and she doesn't think I'm anyone special. I want to impress her. Do you think when you leave on your way out, you could just say, hey, Don, give me a help? Yeah, no worries. Anyway, so then Frank's getting up. He's walking out the restaurant. There's Don and this lady. He walks over to Don and he goes, hey, Don, how are you? And Rickles looks up at him and goes, hey, I'm eating here. What do you think? What are you doing? And I just thought, just imagine the face.
That's classic Don Rickles, where, hey, can you set me up? And he totally throws you under the bus. And it's everyone laughs. And that was the thing, is everyone would laugh because like, oh shit, I got thrown under the bus by Don Rickles. That's stellar. Which, from that angle. And then everyone else is like, oh my God, he just threw, the commissioner of the board under the bus. And it's like, he must be somebody. Oh, wait, all of it's a joke. It's all of it was funny. None of it was personal. None of it was that's something I feel that's lost nowadays. Not to harp on that.
Yeah. Like, but
we used to all get along, and we could kind of like gently rib each other, maybe a little closer to the heart than we would accept nowadays. But I feel those kind of days are long gone,
which is sad.
but which I feel we can bring that back by just general acceptance. And it's like, you know what? If you can't laugh at yourself, what
Yeah.
the hell can you laugh at? I mean,
Well, that's what
seriously,
and that's what I like about being here on the chat. If you read the chat, everyone is doing what we used to do when we were younger. We're all, but that possibly is because most of the chat are sort of not terribly. It sounds terrible, isn't it? We're not terribly young. There's a few young ones, but it's because we get it. We know that we have a go at someone, but it's in jest.
oh,
for
sure.
me, it's a sign. If I'm picking on someone, it's generally a sign that I like them. Do you know what I mean? Like, so if I say, "Oh, nice shirt, Enzo," ha ha ha, and it is a nice shirt. No, but it is a nice shirt. But you know what I mean? And I'm making fun. It's because I like you. I won't give the time of day to someone I don't like.
And that's
Like,
the thing is you don't make fun of people you didn't like. And you know, if you poke fun at somebody that you only poke fun of someone that you kind of like and you would admire a little bit, where it's like, hey, look, I appreciate you. I love you. I'm gonna take you down a notch because you know it's just that's the funniest part of all of it, where it's like a little dig is okay, and it kind of sets you along with everyone else. You know, that's something that's lost that we need to get back, and I feel that we're certainly at this weird social turning point.
I reckon Enzo's not going to cry, Tanya. I think somehow it's going to turn around. It has to, because otherwise the world will just go.
Oh, we'll self-destruct if we don't. We'll explode if we don't.
People just have
I
to.
I feel socially, we're at a turning point right now where our ideas of comedy and social grace and everything else were just being normal, honestly, is it was outlawed for the last dozen or so years. Those days are gone, and we're all going to laugh at that because we realize that the people that would cancel us don't really have any power. That they only have the power that we give them. So that
Black Cat. Yeah, go to sleep, kiddo. Get some sleep. Get some rest. Good night, my dear. And Kevin just says we have made it to some degree with the Beto Parple, Mr. Great, etc. community. Yeah, there's a community that a lot of people are a part of here. But so far as out in the real world, like when I'm out and about at the shops or whatever, I talk to people. Like I'll say g'day, or I'll make a joke or something. You generally know who to pick, who you should or shouldn't make jokes with, and some people don't know how to take a joke, and other people definitely do. So sometimes I think in the real world it's okay, but this social media world, you've got to be careful what you say, because people can just, especially the younger ones, they take it wrong. They don't understand that kind of humor.
I feel, and this is just my personal opinion of who gives a shit what they think or what they believe, is go ahead and keep doing what you're doing. Some anonymous zero on Twitter that has some bullshit name with a bunch of numbers after it. You can't say that. I can say whatever the hell I want.
Yeah.
And I will. There's, what are they going to do? Seriously. I mean, it's the day of, like in our day, Karen, because we are of a certain age.
That's right.
There were, you know, when we grew up in, you know, high school, you know, junior high school, that we had nerds and zeros in our you know, social circles that it's like, shut up, who cares what you think? Well, with social media, those people now have a voice, and
Yeah.
we see exactly what they have done with it. They've destroyed everything. It's you know, I'm not saying, you know, go out and beat up people or anything like that, but there's a reason that the social order of high school came into play, is because some people have some really shitty ideas, and have certainly found themselves in a place where, with social media, now I'm an anonymous zero, so I can say whatever I like and create havoc wherever I go.
Yeah, and not suffer consequences.
Right.
I mean, the most that might happen is they get blocked. Hey, RPI Paranormal, hello. They say hi to you too, Enzo. Yeah, it's a weird world. It's a weird world, and you know, I've got my opinions, and my opinions may not be right, but they're my opinions. That's how I feel now. You know, and sometimes your opinions change over the years. Like you look back at something, you think, "Oh God, why did I think that was okay?" Certainly, when I look at relationships, I think that, what the hell? But yeah, like you do, you think, "Oh, why did I say that?" Or, "Oh my goodness, what did I do that for?" Because that's a learning curve. That's what you do. But so long as you don't necessarily mean to, like, you know, your opinions change. Some opinions don't change, but over time, most things do. You grow and you learn stuff. But there you go. Thanks, Catherine. Yeah, so I don't know. But life is life, isn't it? Maisie, must be time for the birds to come up. It must be 5 or just after for you now in the morning. I will let you know where that, but just look up, like I said, Maisie, look up Sage, SAGE, Paranormal on Facebook. She does have a channel here on the YouTube, but they don't use it much because she does other stuff. She comes to America and she does Paracon things there, but she mainly stays in England. I reckon all the haunted places have been in England. Who knows? Yep, 5 a.m. Geez, Maisie. What time is it here? 2 p.m. here. I'm just as bad in the opposite.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go.
11 p.m. my time. So
Wow. Maisie doesn't have Facebook. Oh, doesn't she? Oh. Well, then look on the YouTube. Oh, I don't know. I'll just send you the link. I think it's on I'll find it. That's all right. I'll find it and I'll put it up as a community post or something. So, yeah, but it'd be pretty interesting. It's only like 2 weeks or 10 days to travel around with someone who knows all the locations. It'd be cool. Even just to see the locations, not necessarily to investigate, because I still think that's really hard with that many people. But it'd be awesome just to be with people that are like-minded and I'm more about the historical places and what they're like, you know, not necessarily that I'm going to see a ghost. That'd be pretty awesome, but I don't think I can top my singing ghost.
Gotta be honest, that's pretty stellar, really. It really is.
Yeah, I'm just happy. I'm glad that, like, when I look back at all my footage from the investigations I did, yeah, I'll talk a bit. But
Shh.
Yeah, like there's different ways.
Shh.
There's different ways. So, but shh. but yeah. So I don't know. I just think that's how I feel. Like when I'm at these places, that's how I feel. I feel like I should be number one. I feel like if they're there, I'm in their place. Like I'm in their home or place, wherever it is they come and go. They probably come and go. And I sort of think, well, if they're there, talk to them and have something relatively interesting or different to say. I've even apologised. I've been talking yabba, 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 and then gone, oh, I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. You can talk to me. And then I stay quiet for a while. But, yeah, Maisie says you're so...
But yet, if you didn't have that, you wouldn't have had this singing thing, which obviously was this wild reaction to that. That amazed me, that singing bit. That was incredible.
Well, it kind of makes me think, like I don't know how to explain that. I don't know if it was a spirit or whatever, but it was bloody something. It wasn't me. So it was something singing.
I mean, forget everything else. They're seriously, when you stop your humming or however you want to say your song, you're singing, whatever you're doing.
It was just
there. You could certainly tell when you stopped and something else was still carrying it on.
Yeah.
I'm actually more interested in what the tune was. That
I can't remember. It would have been an old tune because I tend to do that. So it was probably, I don't know, because when I'm in places that are old, like when I went to Octagon Hall, I purposefully would sing, like Civil War type songs. Like I played, oh God, now I've gone blank. Not Johnny Comes Marching Home. I wish I was.
That's going too far back, yeah.
No, that time, I wish I was in Dixie, hurrah, hurrah, like Dixieland. I sung that a little bit. I actually played it. And when Johnny Comes Marching Home, well, you wouldn't sing that in a southern part of town, but
right.
that because that's older. Send them on my. Sorry, I'm reading chat as well. Send them on my email thing. No one sends me emails. Send me an email. But yeah, so if I were there, it was probably, I don't know. I would have been singing a period, like I would have been humming something. I sometimes I will do like there's one old song from the 20s that I'll hum, and I could have been that. It'll be that. Buffalo girl, won't you come out tonight? Come out tonight. Come out tonight. Sorry, I can't sing. Buffalo girl, won't you come out tonight and dance by the light of the moon? And I got that from an old movie with Harvey the Rabbit. Shit. A really old movie, like a 1930s movie with Jimmy Stewart. He sings it to a girl. They're walking in the moonlight. But I know a whole heap of songs. So I would have been singing something relative to I know what I'm like. So I wouldn't have been humming,
Which, for the time frame that all of this would have been relevant, that kind of fits, right?
Yeah. And it could have been because that hospital was running as a tuberculosis hospital up till 1961. So even if like at one point I'm going, I'm doing an Elvis thing. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think an Elvis thing would have.
No, I wasn't singing Elvis. It would have been, I don't know. I would have been I could have just been humming too, but I think I would have been humming a tune. But I know, I'm sorry, guys. I hope I'm not boring anybody. But this is how I talk to Enzo as well, so I might as well keep talking. But yeah, Harvey.
It bores me a lot.
Yeah. but yeah, so that's how I just figure, that's my theory anyway. My theory is if I'm a ghost and I'm living somewhere and people keep coming in and saying, talk to me, what's your name? What's your story? I'd be like, seriously, can't you ask me something different? So that's why I walk in and I think about what it would have been like to be, like what would it have been like to be them in that time period I wonder what they were thinking. Like sometimes, like at one point I was in and I said, oh, hey, is anybody hungry? I can get you some oats. There's the kitchen here. If anyone wants something to eat, let me know. And then another time I said, hi, it's the nurse. I'm coming around. Last lot of medications. If anyone wants anything, let me know. You know, so I sort of talk because I think, oh, well, maybe if they're stuck in that
Sure.
front line, you know, you try different things. But, yeah, I don't, it's kind of like, you know, if I hear a noise, I'll go, hello, who's there? You know, like I don't go, you know, and stop and then, yeah, I don't know. Karen,
there's nothing worse than those crappy TV type shows where it's like, did you hear it? That is the worst. You're trying to communicate with someone from a different time frame from where you are. You're like losing your shit.
Yeah, relax. I know. Yeah,
steady.
Sort of, yeah. Well, actually, sort of, Regan. Yeah, like that's why when I was at Octagon Hall, I played Dixie. I didn't just sing it. I played it on the thing. I played a few old Civil War songs. I don't think anything, well, nothing I caught anyway, eventuated from that. But, yeah, I kind of think, you know, like, you've got to put yourself in their time period. That's why some people say, I know Joe says this, like when we've got all the devices and people say, can you touch the REM pod or can you touch whatever? Joe's argument is that if the spirits are there, people go there every single day with that equipment and ask them that. By now they know what that equipment is. That's assuming that spirit comes every day or can work that out. Whereas if I know that I'm talking to someone from thinking, I mean, I don't know I'm talking to anyone. I could be just talking to myself. But if I'm talking to someone from that time period, then I would think, okay, they probably knew what a radio was. They probably knew what a camera was. But they certainly wouldn't know what a REM pod was. They wouldn't have had anything like that. No. But I would say, oh, hey, this little black box in my hand, and I'll explain it that way. So I explain it, you know. But yeah, I just think just talk to them as if you're in their time period. And if they are clever and they say to you, where's the REM pod, which is highly unlikely, I don't know.
That's never something that someone from that time period would ever say.
No. So they'd know what a camera was. They would know, depending again, they'd know what a telephone was. So sometimes I've actually said, this is I don't say mobile I say telephone because I know what that is. You know, or most would. So I don't know. I just think just go in and talk because nothing else is happening. Trust me, people, it's so boring. So I'm lucky I can have a conversation with myself. but yeah, and that's what I think. Just and take breaks, like, you know. I don't know. I just think, and now that I know that obviously my phone does pick up things that I wouldn't have thought it could, you know, I'll give it a few more breaks. But I just think you're having a conversation. You're in someone's home, sort of. You've walked into someone's area, someone's residence, someone's whatever. So respect. Introduce yourself, obviously. Talk about yourself. Tell them about yourself. Hey, I'm this, that, and the other thing. And what about you? Are you a mum? Are you a dad? Are you a, you know, blah, 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 whatever. But, yeah, I'm a talker, in case no one's noticed.
What? Really?
What? Yeah.
Do you believe that your particular phone that you're using for this, that it's specific to whatever's going on, or do you feel that that's something that's available for everywhere else, or it's that specific to where that was reactive?
I don't know. That's what I mean. Like other people have, well, I don't know yet what Cassie may have found. I don't know if they were like, it'd be very interesting to see. Like there was a lot of things I would have liked to have done myself while I was there, and probably just used my phone because that's all I really had. I had a recorder, but I've noticed on the recorder, I could hear a few little things back and forth, but the recorder itself, the noise, the recorder makes a little bit of a feedback noise, like very light in the background, not white noise, just a noise that picks up a funny. So as for the recorder, maybe as a backup to use at the same time, just in case, but the phone is obviously its recording device on it must be pretty good. But I do know that Cassie uses a camera, a particular camera, and she picks up a lot of things on the radio on that. So look, I don't know what the answer is. Me personally, I don't like the apps because they're man-made. They're programmed. You can trick them into doing a lot of. I don't like the apps. Full stop. No matter what anyone says to me, I don't like them because if you've got a scientific mind and you know how they're made, there's so much room for just coincidence and nothing or BS. And they pick up on your voice. They really do pick up. It's like Siri or whatever you've got on your phone. They pick up your voice. So if those words are programmed into it, they'll link the words. So, yeah, I won't use the apps. I'll use my phone to film, and now I know it can record things. It's got a recorder on it. It'd be interesting to have a camera and use the recorder just on the phone and see if that works. But that's really, apart from my little Boo Bear, which I should put up on my thing, which is an EMF. It's just basically if it electromagnetic field goes near it, it'll change colour. That could I don't know. I think honestly less is best. Just a camera and a recorder, because I did hear that singing in the moment. I did hear it, but as I say, I dismissed it.
And I heard it as well, and that's amazing.
Yeah, so I dismissed it. So if I hadn't have recorded it, if I hadn't have filmed walking up that, I would never have known I actually caught that. So my faith is put back in the fact that there must be something. I still don't know what that was, but it's interesting because it was singing. And
just as a pure curiosity, but do you believe that like there's certain devices, certain phones that are specifically attuned to hear or sense certain things versus the exact same model that came next on the assembly line kind of thing?
Well, yeah, I would say so. I mean, from a scientific manufacturer's point of view, they've got really good cameras in that, like super good cameras. And the recording devices within them, every time they make something, they upgrade them, so the recorder on it for recording things is perfect. Like there's no background noise or anything like that. It's very, very clear. So, yeah, I guess depending upon how good a particular part of that phone is, like you could buy just a really cheap phone and it might still sound good. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. Oh, it's Bay Area Ghost in here. Hello, Nightbot. Yeah, I don't know. I think so. Different, because some people, as I say, some people have been in the same room using a phone, but a different one, like an iPhone or something, and nothing's come up on it. So it could be all to do with how those radios are made and what they're capable, what their capabilities are. So yeah. RPI Paranormal says they find the cheaper phones are a lot better. Yeah, that's what I think too. RPI, that's what I mean. It just really depends. Like now that I know that I picked up the singing on my phone, regardless if my phone ever breaks as phone. If it'll still record, I'll keep that because I know that picked something up, and it
Right.
did
No
pick
matter
something
what,
up.
that phone is in the inventory forever. Yeah.
Yeah. Bye, Stephanie. Thanks for coming. I talk a lot. Sorry.
That's for IPR paranormal. That's actually a pretty amazing thing, because that was actually going to be my next question was, does it have to be this high tech whiz gadgetry amazeballs thing, or can it just be just a general thing that you don't even think more than a few seconds of, and then it's like, oh my god, this thing's reading it, whereas this $10,000 thing that is supposed to do the same thing does nothing, but yet this $200 thing is picking up stuff.
Yeah, there's a certain.
What's going on there, you think?
I don't know. I don't know, but it definitely something in the wiring. Like it has to be something on the manufacturing point, and because some people pay more attention to the cameras on a phone than they do in the manufacturing of the radio or the speakers. Or some you get really good speakers, some you get crappy speakers. I don't know, so it's all different. But Bay Area Ghost just said to me, Karen, did you also hear the singing? Yes. If you watch the episode, it's towards the end, second episode towards the end. I hum. So, whatever it was I was humming, I stop. I hear the singing, and I hear it, and it stops. I think it stops before I'm singing. There's a pause. There's singing. And I say to Cassie, because I did hear it in the moment, because I say to Cassie, oh, are you singing too, Cassie? Now, why I didn't go, shh. But Cassie said, huh, what? And I said, are you singing too? Are you humming too or whatever? And she goes, no. So nobody. And I just went, oh, it just must have been me or something, or my echo or something. But then I forgot all about that because I dismissed it in the moment. But yeah, I heard it. No one else heard it. I heard it, but unless others did hear it but thought it was still me singing or humming. But yeah, no, I'm still. Well, it was a proper, and it was a class A. There was no, did that sound like singing? It was singing. It was humming along with me, but not along with me, like after me. So like it had copied me or something. I don't know, but
Right.
but yeah, if you have a look, you'll see it very, very clear. And so it's put my faith back in it though. So now I'm like, well, I don't know. Again, I don't know how, but it is what it is, and it was what it was. So was there a spirit in the tunnel that was happy to hear someone singing? Because I don't think terribly many people would sing in the tunnel. So they're like, oh, that's pleasant, whatever. But yeah, because a lot of the times that I was there, I was being asked to be quiet, and that's not me. Yes, it was a disembodied voice. Yes, it was. However, I caught it. So again, disembodied, but it was also an EVP on my thing. So yes, I heard a disembodied voice. No one else there. So go figure. I don't know, but yeah.
That still drives me bananas. That I know, like you're using this that captured that musical tone, that sound of someone making a similar humming sound that you did on this.
Yeah, I know.
And I know that the other people that were with you had higher tech stuff than this.
They did.
And they didn't catch it?
I don't think so. They haven't really spoken to me, so I don't know what they've caught.
That's what I
asked them to
find
have a
bananas is like, what is going on with this piece of equipment that is different from whatever equipment they're using,
well,
that
yeah,
they're
and
catching
then,
the, I mean, it's one thing with that you would catch, I mean, just like randomized noise is one thing, but an actual tune that we can clearly hear on the audio that you played on your video, there's no mistaking it, that there's something else going on versus everything else that other people had that didn't capture it. What's the difference between this simple piece of junk, technology wise, in 2023 versus other stuff that other people have like feet away, that what's going on, that they didn't pick up any of that, but yet this simple, what we consider a simple device, is picking up everything.
I know. I don't know. Now, I don't know when. Actually, Rawn was down the bottom. Because it was cat. Hang on, shit. Yes, Rawn was left down the bottom. Rawn stayed down the bottom of the chute. It was Jason, Cassie, and myself that were walking back up. I don't know because I didn't look, but I don't think Cassie had anything on. I think Jason was recording. I'm pretty sure Jason was recording, but I don't think Cassie was because her camera was with Rawn, right? Rawn's camera was up and running before we started to walk up because he was going to sit there very quietly and just, listen. So I'm hoping that Cassie, I've told them about it, so I'm hoping that when Rawn and Cassie look at their footage, now knowing that I hummed the once like and stopped, if they hear twice, if they hear me and then again, and then I asked Cassie the question and they've caught it, it'd be interesting to see if they caught it. The same with Jason. So I don't know, but I caught it. I don't know. Karen is a very Karen. When did I cuss? Did I swear again? I hope not. But yeah, so I don't know what the answer is, and unless for whatever reason which I'm really interested to go back and have a listen now to where you said you heard it was something say foreigner. I wonder if
that was before you went down into the tunnels and all that other stuff, but and that was the closed captioning.
Okay.
Well before all of that. So
I'll turn it on and see what. Yeah, and then I'll listen with my headphones because I've still got I've got the original bit and the bit on the thing. So I'll have a listen and see if I hear anything.
And honestly, you don't even need how I saw it was through the closed captioning through YouTube, where it auto tries and correlates it to a language, and that's where I saw that part.
Yeah. Well, Daniel's just said it would be more interesting if they heard you sing but didn't get the recording of the other voice. True, I suppose so, but I don't know. It'd back up. I'd like it better if they did catch it, because that would back up the fact that I did catch something. Oh, well, I did catch something. I did. It's there, and it's not me, and it's not. And you can clearly hear it's not me because you can hear like it wasn't me. So I don't know, but I was at that point after. Because I was looking back on all the footage and everything, and because when we were there, I sort of thought that probably not that all that much happened. It was awesome and everything. A few strange things happened, but explainable for me. And because I'm skeptical anyway, but I was kind of beginning to think, especially with seeing an abundance of people faking stuff on YouTube, like all these fakers, I began to get a little bit like, oh, it's all BS. Like honestly.
Oh, it moved!
A demon scratched me. I'm just like, oh, this is all bullshit. And even though I've
see
heard,
right there, that's where they got me.
yeah, and even though people I trust have caught EVPs, I hadn't. And I thought, oh, maybe it's something else. Like maybe they think whatever. But then when I caught that, it made me happy because I thought, oh gosh, I was singing, and obviously I made someone else feel good enough to sing, and it wasn't Cassie. And I thought, oh,
it was very
cool.
interesting. Yeah,
cool. And so it put the zest back in my like I want to go now and see if it can happen again. And I suppose it is. Enzo and I have had this conversation before. It is a matter of like, it's happened to me now, and I know I didn't fake anything, and I know where we were, so it was not outside contamination. We're in the middle of a friggin' tunnel, and it was clear as day. So who it was, why it was, whatever, but yeah. Why? What am I missing in chat? Hang on a second. Tanya's just said lucky Karen isn't reading the chat. I better go back. Oh, no. Catherine Morgan. Oh, no. Stop talking sexual things. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. Oh, dear. You're right. I'm glad I didn't look. Let's stop talking about castration and sexual things. Maisie. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I suppose they're all having fun. It's like you and I are mum and dad, and they're the little children in the chat being naughty.
We never talked about castration. What are you talking about?
No, except Bay Area Ghost. He's behaving himself, aren't you, dear?
Well, that's totally different.
That's right. He's always a good boy. I don't think I've ever seen you say anything naughty. I don't think I have. Tanya, I just can't control the girl. Oh dear. Ostrich in 11. Oh goodness. Sort of Rican. That's enough. Was it Aussie Ostrich? It's all right. In Australia, we had a show that used to be on for years and years and years called Hey Hey It's Saturday. Kind of like a cross between. People used to actually compare it to Saturday Night Live, and I do not know why, because it's nothing like Saturday Night Live. It was more like a cross between The Tonight Show and actually it was a lot like The Tonight Show used to be. Like they'd have guests on, but they stood behind a counter, not a desk. They'd have guests on and they'd have singing acts, and they'd do little skits and things every now and then. But there was an ostrich called Ozzy. He was pink. And he was a puppet, and he'd sit on the end of Daryl's desk and he'd make some funny jokes. So Aussie Ostrich, yeah, good old Aussie the Ostrich. They tried to come back years later and start up Hey Hey It's Saturday again, but with the same humour we were used to, like that, with the same humour, and it didn't go over well. So that was a shame. Yeah, because people were happy for the same humour to be there, but it was doesn't matter. But I enjoyed it the first few. I was excited to see it back on. But yeah, good old Aussie Ostrich. He's passed away now, Aussie Ostrich. But never mind. Good old Aussie. No, Catherine, it's an Australian show. Yeah. Hey, it's Saturday. So all the international guests would come on, and it'd be pretty special. I used to watch it from when I was a little girl. It used to be Hey, it's Cartoon Corner. It used to be on a weeknight. Oh, my God, I'm getting old. I sound like my nana talking about what back in the day. But I think so far as my investigating is concerned, when I go investigating again, especially when I'm in Virginia City, I'll be going to a few places with some friends because they've invited me. But on the whole, I'm going to go to a few places around Virginia City and just be there by myself, just me and my handy dandy phone. And I'm going to approach it as I feel I should, just chin wag away. I'm going to take a dog with me though, because I thought that my friend has got a dog that I absolutely adore. So I'll take the dog with me if I'm allowed. I think I'm allowed. And just because they say animals can pick up on things. So it'd be interesting to see if the dog reacts to anything that coincides with anything I might find. And I'm just going to go up to the good old Washoe Club and sit up there in the ballroom where I had the funny experience when I was there last time, and just sit there and do what I'm doing now, yabber away and say, if you want to talk, you're going to have to interrupt me, and then wait for a minute. Let's just see. I don't know. You never know what I'll find. Yeah, for me, it's way back. I go way back. I'm a lot older than I look, apparently. I mean, I am older, but apparently I don't look as old as I am, but I am. That's a compliment, isn't it, when someone says you don't look as old as you are? My God, you don't look 70, Karen. People. What pics? Adventure with Beth. Oh, what have I missed now? I tell you what, if you're still talking sexual things, there'll be trouble. All right? There are no such photos ever. I have been to the antiques store. I've been to all of them in Virginia City. I love them. Oh, do you mean to investigate? Oh, well, if it's to investigate, I'll just ask. I'll just say, hey, I'll give you $100 and I'll buy an antique. Let me alone in here for a good hour. But yeah, so I'm lucky that now in Virginia City, I know a few people who say that some of their properties have visitors. So we'll see. Nightbot came out here, sounded like Gilbert. Oh, Gilbert Gottfried. He's another one I used to love. Oh, Gilbert Gottfried. He was funny. He used to be on the Tonight Show with Jay Leno. He'd pop in a lot and do things. Oh, he made me laugh. Oh, check my email. Okay, just a minute.
Oh, boy.
Because I can share them, you know, so careful. They better not be naughty or I'll send them back. Return to sender. Just a second. Doofy doof. Black Moon. Oh, you've sent your mirror. Oh, all right. Hang on a second. That's interesting. Now, how can I make that? All right. Oh, okay. How do I do this? Put that one up. And how can I make it bigger? I know. Just give me a second. That's what she said. If I turn around and see that's what she said, there'll be trouble. Give me a second. Hang on. I'll download it because then I can make it bigger. 1, 2, and mirror on the wall. Give me a second, guys. Save the mirror and save the mirror too. And there it is. Yes, you're a smarty pants too, Enzo. Now, desktop. Give me a second. Oh, my God. I've got 3 screens, and I've got the main screen covered up. Let's see. Where's it gone? Okay. The first picture. Now, bigger. Good Lord. Okay. Present. Share screen. Why can't I see it? It's open. Why can't I share it? Where's my screen? Ah, there we go. This one. And there it is. So, is that you before you've brushed your hair? Who's that? All right, let me see. Is that what you're talking about? I'm assuming when Enzo's gone into, because that's just a person, obviously. Because if that was something you caught, then I'd be spitting chips. I'd be thinking, juice. And I think you've given me another one where you've made it a bit bigger. Let's have a look.
Oh.
Hang on. I'll make it go bigger again. Oh, Struth. Look, I'm no good at this. Hang on. It only wants to go that big. All right. So from this, I'm assuming you're going to hate me, but I'm assuming you're talking about this bit here. It could be anything. It's an old mirror, I'd say. And I can see that here light is hitting it. This particular corner is hit by light in particular. It's truth. So, hang on. Right under her nose. All right, let me have a look. Go down. You're talking here, yeah? So I'm going to go back. I don't know. What do you want me to say? I don't think it's anything. I think it's interesting. It's just that it's the mirror. See, you're going to hate me. You're going to unsubscribe now. Oh, that's my son. There you go. Isn't he handsome? That's my Stephen. What have I done with it? For frig's sake, bananas. There we go. I'm trying to bring it back. I'll show you why I'm thinking, and then I want to know why you think what you think. But because I'm a skeptic, so I'm looking at where you can't see my hand. I'm looking at where the light's hitting it, right? So I'm looking at that, and that will shine into the mirror. So I do believe that what you're probably seeing is the light playing on the thing, and it's just your eyes making sense. Because I'm assuming you think there's a face there. I'm assuming. So that's what I need to, right under her nose in the mirror. See, I can make lots of faces out of this. You want to see some? So there's some goggle eyes. All right, goggle eyes, a mouth, a chin, Elvis Presley haircut, but then a ponytail.
Elvis Presley.
Oh, you know how he had his hair slicked back. All right. Then I can make another face out of it, which looks more like an alien. If you forget this bit and you go for the part that you say was just under the nose, I'd go for this bit here. There's one eye. There's another eye. It's an alien. And I can't, I mean, if you want to say anything more, there's a face. There's a little cranky mouth and some eyes and some feathers for hair. I don't know. I'd like to see pictures of the mirror with the light in the same place, but that's not there. So if there was more pictures with that anomaly not there, then I'd think, all right, that could be something. But I would say, looking at it, it's a pretty old mirror as well, and they have a tendency to throw things up. But I think that's all it is. It's a play on the light on the mirror, and it's, yeah, that's what I think. It may well be easier to see in person. That is absolutely true. Two more in the middle. Oh. All right, I'll look at this. Okay, so I can see what you're talking about here. This one. See, but to me, it's just marks on a mirror, and I'm making a face like I do when I look at the clouds. So I reckon you'd have to see it right in front of you as big. Like I'm here, it looks little because I'm sharing the screen, but I'm looking at it big. I don't know. I'd have to see a photo where they're not there, and then compare it and go, oh well, yep. like they'd come and go. Do you know what I mean? Then I think I'd be happy. But it's interesting because I can't say it's not. But for me, that's what I see. I just see someone who hasn't cleaned the mirror properly and the light's reflecting off of probably still some Windex on it. There's certainly a handprint here. So someone's even put their hand like there. I reckon someone's put their hand on it when they've been cleaning or dusting and haven't wiped the handprint off properly. So it's interesting. So I'm not saying it's not or whatever. Or yes, I am, aren't I? I don't know, but you know what I mean. I'm not being disrespectful because I'm not looking at your original, but I just, yeah, I would love to see some photos where that's not there, so you can say, but look, it was there, then it wasn't there. Then I'd think, oh, well, what? Yeah, could be something, but there you go. So that's my opinion. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Pareidolia. Daniel, because I can make quite a few faces out of it. I'm still looking at it on my computer. I can make, like I said, I can make one with someone with goggles on. I can make one out of that, what it looks like. It looks like a handprint. It looks like someone's done like linked up. Really? Yeah. So I don't know. That's what I think. See, the hand was put there as we were investigating. That was an oops. See, I've got a good eye. But I can make a little face out of that hand, Mark, wearing a little feathered hat. But look, I can see what you're seeing, but I think it's pareidolia. I think it's making, like when you lay down on the ground on a nice day and look up at the clouds and you look at a cloud and you see an elephant or a bunny or whatever. It's just your brain making something. Tanya M has put in the see you later, RPI, and thank you. Pareidolia doesn't call your name over and over for months. Is this mirror in your house, Beth? Is it? Because if that makes it a little bit more interesting.
That's very different.
Yeah, that's very different. If this is in your house and then you're getting things that's different, and you would know what it looks like when it yeah, that's a bit different. Yeah, and yeah, I don't know. I'm going to keep looking at it though. I'll give it to Joe later. I'll send it to Joe and ask Joe what he reckons. He's my Debbie Downer though, so fair warning. Does anyone remember Saturday Night Live and the Debbie Downer? Hang on, that part I could surely play 5 seconds, just in case people don't know who the Debbie Downer. Hang on, SNL, Debbie Downer. There she is at Disney World. I think that's it. I've just got to get it to the part where they're in the thing. It's Debbie Downer at Disney World. Oh, there we go. Hang on. Share screen.
Family package.
All right. So to play this, I've got to pause every now and then, don't I?
Well, great. Let me tell you Mickey specials today. We've got steak and eggs served with some home fries and Mickey waffles.
Woo! I love me some steak and eggs.
Look at Jimmy Fallon there. What a baby. So I'm pausing it on purpose because I just don't want to get into trouble because I don't.
What year is this?
Oh, Jesus. It'd have to be, looking at him there, it'd have to be, what, the 90s? Oof. Maybe the 2000s? I don't know. Adventures with Beth. Yeah, that's why I'm showing you this, because I want to get this sound grab so that every time I ask Joe a question, I can play this and people will know what I'm talking about. Hang on.
Ever since they found mad cow disease in the U.S., I'm not taking any chances. It can live in your body for years before it ravages your brain.
That's the Debbie Downer music. So every time someone says something, every time someone says something exciting or whatever, she'll come up with something like that, And and yes, Joe does that. I'll say, what, blah, 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 blah. And then Joe goes, yeah. And I'm like, oh, do you have to be such a Debbie Downer? Yeah. But, yeah. But all right, I'll send it to Crow. All right, Crow's more gentle. But I'll share it to Crow and see what he reckons. But yeah, if that mirror is in your house and then you've seen that and then you're getting something saying your name over and over again, that's a bit spooky. Like, you know.
It is.
Yeah, it is. Well, after I stopped watching, yes, no. I used to. We don't get Saturday Night Live in Australia. Never have. But if you want to watch it, well, now you can get clips on the YouTube. But when I would ever see anything from Saturday Night Live, it'd usually be if I was watching Foxtel, the cable TV, and watching Conan O'Brien or one of those shows where they'd have a guest on and then show a clip. But I certainly knew what it was. And then, of course, now I've watched a whole heap of them because they're available on different streaming services. But yeah, it's a bit different now. But yeah, I love the place, the show. Beth says it was salted and blessed that night, and the name calling stopped. Oh, interesting. Well, interesting. Well, I'm glad the name calling stopped. I'd at least say, if you're going to annoy me and wake me up and call my name out, can you please make me a cup of tea and get me a biscuit? That's what I would say. That's what I reckon. People say, oh, I'm getting haunted. And I think, yeah, it probably wouldn't be nice if it was waking you up spooky like, giving you a fright or something. But I don't know. I just sort of say, listen, if you're here and you know my name, you know how to push the button on the kettle. Can you please boil it for me? Make a hot cup of tea and then come and tell me a story. Stop calling my name out. Either have something to say or shut up. That's what I would say to the ghost. Easily said, though, when it's not actually happening to you. What do you reckon, Enzo? Yeah, Enzo does have his own.
That sounds exactly like how it should go, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. Or, hey, you know how to turn on a vacuum cleaner. You're living here too. You bloody vacuum my floor for me while I sleep. How's that for a deal? Adventures with Beth said yes, and if you're going to wake me up, it better be more than tea and a biscuit. Oh, no. No. I don't know. No, I don't want that sort of relationship with
tea and biscuits. That's pretty much the general 1-to-1 kind of a thing.
Tea and biscuits and a good old chin wag. I'm up for that. That I can take. I'll do that. They can. Yeah. I don't know. Take me on a date before you start calling my name out. That's Tanya.
Fine.
Oh dear me. Oh goodness gracious. Yeah, I don't know, but that's what. Oh my God, Enzo, look at the time. Enzo, what? Over 4 hours. Jeez. Oh well, I suppose we're keeping everybody company, aren't we, right, Maisie? And now Maisie can go to bed and sleep through the day.
Not awake is what it is.
Yeah. Maisie says, "I want some of what Enzo is drinking."
Oh well.
Well, drinking, he's drunk a lot. Oh, you haven't been. Have you been drinking that tonight?
Just this much.
No wonder you're having your own little party there.
Don't make me a bad person.
Oh my gosh. Catherine Morgan, his pony Catherine Morgan. Oh, Beth is asking Catherine, does she still want the mirror? It is a nice mirror.
Gotta be careful with mirrors.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the cutest of them all?
Who's the fairest of them?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, but the fairest. No, wait, it's the fairest of them all. Oh dear, what am I doing? I'm just looking for something. Give me a second and I'll see. Oh no, it didn't upload. Pooh. Doesn't matter. I was going to show you a picture I took of a bird in my backyard. Like, that's really fascinating, but I love my birds. Oh, you'll appreciate this, Daniel. King parrots come to, I'm still looking just in case I did put it there. King parrots come into my backyard. It started with one king parrot, and it comes in the morning, and then it comes in again in the afternoon, and it has a feed. I put out some special, stuff for it. It brought its friend this morning. So now I've got 2 king parrots coming in my backyard. So I know there's a Mrs. King parrot. So I'm waiting. So, and I sit there pretty close to them and scare away the cockatoos, because the bloody cockatoos, they come in, they know I'm feeding the other birds, so they want and they fly. If I'm there, the cockies aren't game. They know I'm going to go bugger off. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, they like me. They like me. And the lorikeets are coming in as well, so that's kind of cute. But, yeah, you don't mess with mirrors. Because it is when you think about it, what if the mirror is another dimension? I don't want to go to the timey-wimey stuff again. I don't want my head to explode. Oh, dear. Yeah, I love animals. I love things. But I'll put up, I'll grab that little video I made of my garden yesterday. I would share it just on a message or whatever, but it's too long. Whenever you try and share it on a thing, I says, it's too long. And if you make one that's short enough to share, it's like 5 seconds, Now, Dracula didn't like mirrors, probably because he couldn't see himself, eh? Imagine that, having to guess what you look like. Ugh. Cockies. Yeah, cockatoo. And cockatoo. All 3. Tanya, see what you're doing? Cockatoo. Cockatoos. A sulphur-crested cockatoo. They fly into my backyard to try and get the food I leave for the parrots. And as much as I like the cockatoos as well, what happens is they send word out. So you start with one cockatoo and his mate. Within a week, you've got like 10 or 20 of the bastards in your backyard, and they're noisy and they're cheeky and they eat everything. Enzo is talking to someone only he knows. No, he's just working out how many cockatoos I've got.
Feed the cockatoos.
I'm not feeding the cockatoos. I do sometimes, though. I let them come in. I wait till the parrots are gone and they've had enough, and then I go, all right then, and then I let them. But you got to keep them, you got to keep them away. Oh, dear. Enzo is doing sign language. No, he's just doing math. I thought I was so clever once. There was a movie with Matthew Broderick, and it was called Project X, I think, and it was about, he worked in the space program, and they would train the chimpanzees. I'm sure it was called Project X. Do you remember that? And I remember watching it and feeling so upset that they were doing that with the monkeys. And of course they did that with the monkeys, didn't they? You idiot Karen, and dogs and freaking God knows what else. But anyway, I remember watching that because he would go like this. He was doing sign language, so was hungry. But in Australia, our sign language is different. Yeah, so that was hungry.
It really is, yeah.
Yeah, it's very different here. And I'm thinking sign language should really be an international thing, not a country thing.
You would think it would be, but by like language, but it really isn't. It's confusing.
Yeah, so they should just, because, it should just be, sign language should be universal the same, because then, I mean, imagine being deaf and you've got to go to America where you do sign language, but their sign language is different. It'd be like, don't make it hard for them. Yeah, the Russians did it with animals. They did it with that little dog, Laika was its name. But the Americans, the atrocities performed on animals for the name of science is disgusting. Like, I can't. I understand they need to test things to see if they work. But the way they would go around it about it was pretty mean. Yes, I saw what Tanya asked me, and the answer is I don't have one. All right? I am a woman. WOMEN. I am woman, hear me roar. Remember that song? Your number's too big to ignore. And I know too much to go back and pretend. See? I must be getting tired because I'm singing. Helen Reddy was her name. She sang I Am Woman. It was a good song back in the day. She's dead now too. Poor old Helen. She got dementia. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yes, I did see what Tanya wrote, and I don't have one. So there you go. I'm glad I don't. Bloody annoying things they'd be. Isn't it? I suppose when you're a man, it's not annoying because you're a man, so you don't know any different. But I would expect, depending upon where it was, sometimes it could get in the way. Like when you do up your, when you do up your zip. I've seen that movie, Something About Mary. Oh my God, do you remember that scene? Even I cringed.
There's something about Mary. If we wait, what?
Something About Mary with Ben Stiller, where he's all excited because he's taken her to the prom or something, and then he uses her bathroom and he does his zip up too fast.
He zips himself up into his own zipper.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And what got me most was they showed it.
How do you get the franks above the beams?
I just thought, oh, Struth, that'd be terrible. Yeah, actually, I think that would be a good idea. If there was a, who, and he did invent humans, why didn't he think about things a little bit different? Number one, it should be easy that you can just take your teeth out to clean them and put them back. So much easier. And well, then, and then from going to the toilet for a woman and going to the toilet for a man,
the waste removal portion of the whole process, I feel there's something, I feel there's something we could discuss with the
well, I just think there's certain parts of the human body that should be detachable, so you can put them in a drawer at night.
I think there's a better way. There's something better we could have done.
There's something better.
We certainly haven't done it. No.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, golly. Hey, everybody. I've been talking for so long now, almost 4.5 hours. And I can't believe it's 3:00 in the afternoon for me. I've only got a couple of hours of sunlight left. But this has been fun. It's been fun.
Midnight Central Time.
Is it? Oh, well, it's midnight. So, so just to let you know what I'm doing for let's see how many, I'll go to the YouTube thing. I think there's only a few of you still stuck it out, and bless you. 7 of you are watching. Look at that, 7. But that's good. I'm afraid I'm not the side-eye guy with viewers.
Thank you very much for staying with us.
Yeah, thank you. 1 a.m. where Kevin is and Beth. So I'm currently working on a video about the murder of I'm getting tired now. The murder of Pearl Bryan, the girl that they like everything else, tried to connect to the haunting of Bobby Mackey's in Kentucky. And the reason I'm doing that is because I was looking into that and why that would be a thing, but then it kind of caught my interest the whole way they investigated it and everything. And I thought, well, I'll just do one on her and talk about who she was and how that came to be and what happened, and about the trial, because I've got things on the trial to read, what the prosecutor was saying and questions, all that sort of thing. So it's pretty interesting because both those men, one of the men said he absolutely had nothing to do with it, yet he was hung for the murder. And there was another man that said he drove the body to where they dumped it. and there was a woman who came out later and said, no, it happened at my house and whatever. So there's a whole heap of interesting stuff, but I don't think it's actually got anything to do with Bobby Mackey. But so I'll put that together because it is interesting. So there you go. Misogynist did a doctor tell me about God. What? Hang on, I've missed something again. I heard the whole head in the well thing never happened or happened somewhere else. Yeah, it didn't happen, Kevin. I've been looking at things. The well, it's not a well. I don't know if you've ever been there, but when you go there and you look, it's about a foot round. It might have been a little bit bigger in the day, but it was a slaughterhouse, and I'm going to put that in my Bobby Mackey episode when I get to make it. It was a slaughterhouse. There's been talk that it wasn't. Even when you go to Bobby Mackey, the lady that says, "Oh, they said we were a slaughterhouse, but we weren't. We were a distillery." No, they were a slaughterhouse, and I'll explain that. So I think what happened was another person did a story on Bobby Mackey, and she had a map, and the map, she's read it a different way and assumes that Bobby Mackey's now stands where the old distillery stood, but that distillery was there when Bobby Mackey's was built. So a little bit wrong there. The rest of her information was good, but that was wrong, in my opinion. So I'll put that together. But yeah, but when you look at it, because it was a slaughterhouse, they used to have drainage tunnel, like a drain, not a well, that would go out, so everything went out into the river because they're right next to the river. So yeah, so far as a head down that, no, but yeah. But I'll put it in. But yeah, no, I don't think. And they also said that the slaughterhouse was used by the two men who did the murders for satanic worshipping before it was dismantled in, I think, 1886 or something like that. They knocked the slaughterhouse down. I'm reading the transcripts of the trial, and there's absolutely no mention of that. And I can tell you now, with the questions they've been asking that I've read so far, if that were true, they'd be asking questions. So that's just a made-up story too. But yeah, so I'm looking into it. But yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, I want to look into it a little bit more and do something on just because there's plenty of things out there on her, and I had a look at some of them, but a few of them are a bit off. Some are sort of got the right details, so I just want to do my own thing on it, my own take on it, and look into her a little bit more and her family and her history and all that sort of thing. So, but there you go. Who's catching a boat named Titanic? What? Oh, I miss out. Honestly, you children. I don't want any special cookies. I would like some chocolate chip cookies, but I'm being very good and I haven't had any sweet things, so I'm doing well. But anyway, that's what I'm going to be trying to pop out next week. So there's a lot of reading and stuff. That's why I didn't get anything out. I intended to do something this week for it, but it was just so much. I've got to read right through all these things. I thought, it's all right. Quality, not quantity, I reckon. But yeah. Poor Karen, that is, yeah, poor me. Like, I don't know what you're talking about because I'm terrible. But hey, guys, that's what I'm going to do. So look out for that sometime next week. And yes, so far as investigations are concerned, I will be doing some in November for sure. And I am trying to get Side-Eye Guy and take him somewhere. I don't know where I'll take him because, yeah, a lot of these places have got a monopoly on stuff. Enzo. All right, guys. Yeah, I would have saved Jack too. I would have shared my door with Jack. She's talking about the Titanic movie. Yeah, just look out look out for the notifications because sometimes I just pop stuff in the community page to let you know what I'm doing. I'm tired, guys. I've been talking for too long. I've exhausted myself. I can't believe it. What? I'm tired. I need something to eat. Because I had this, Enzo saw me. I drank this morning. That's all I've had.
That's true.
So that might be a good indicator. Oh, no, I'm not. That's like what I mean, though, Enzo.
4 hours ago, you drank that.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I'm not hungry. I've been telling Enzo I'll tell you guys because there's 8 watching now. Hi, Catherine. You're a nice person, Catherine. Stop making jokes about me. Yeah, another 4 hours. Oh, Jesus! You'll see me fall asleep. For those of you who are struggling with weight, this is not an endorsement. I'm merely telling you what I'm doing and why it seems to be dropping off. I can't hold it up because if I hold it up, the name doesn't come up anyway. But write this down, okay? Hang on. Maybe wait a minute. I know. I'll put it up here so you can see the name. Images. I'll show you the pretty flower as opposed to a product.
Ooh.
I could do that because it is a flower. All right, and share my screen. Present. Got your pen? Here we go, guys and gals. Share screen. I think that's it. Yep, share that one. See this pretty flower? Some of you may have heard about it, but it's berberine, right? So it is a plant. Isn't it pretty? I read about it. I've read about it. Like I've researched what it is, and it's safe to take and stuff. It's known in medical circles as well, but it is a supplement. So the idea behind it, they've done a few studies. You can all search it for yourself and look it up, but they've done a few studies with it where they've taken people with type 2 diabetes that are being treated with metformin, and in place of the metformin, without them knowing, they've given them berberine, right? It was a study. Turns out that when they did the blood test results, etc., to see what the effect of it was on the blood sugar levels, etc., that berberine, or berberine, however you want to say it, actually did as well, performed as well, if not slightly better than the medicine metformin. So the other side effect that they found from it is why I'm utilizing it and taking it, weight loss, because of how it works. It actually controls your hunger pangs. So it works on a different part of the body, basically makes you feel full all the time. So I have not eaten anything today. I've had my protein drink. I'm not at all hungry. I'm never hungry, which is great, except if I can smell food and stuff, and then I think, oh, that's nice. But even so, because of this, I'll get myself a bowl of food, right? And I can eat a bit. I can't eat it all. I'm just feeling full all the time. I have lost a ton of weight, right? A ton. When I say a ton, Sunny Sock. I think this is the only way Sunny Sock knows I'm going to. The Sunny Sock is my daughter, my child. Yeah, so I've lost a ton, and you can take different dosages, but I don't know what the dosage is in this, but I take 3 in the morning with this, and then 3 I take them and then I eat. And I don't know. It just comes in, so far as I know, Tanya, it just comes, I'll show you. It just comes in caplets. Hang on. Can you see? Ooh, see, little caplets. They're easy to swallow. You can get them, I think, I haven't seen them. I bought mine online from the health, what do you call it? The health thing. I'm trying to remember what it's called. But yeah, they're proper. But no, not the doctor. Or I don't think they've got them in the chemist. I don't know. Actually, I'll tell you. They should pay me. This is, but let me see. Amazon sells them. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't buy mine. Here in Australia, we've got iHerb. Like I brought myself from online and had them delivered. Hang on, let me see. I did have a look. I was in Chemist Warehouse yesterday, and I did have a look, but I couldn't see any. Yeah, no, unless that's what that is, but I don't think so. Yeah, no. Buy if you want to buy any, get them online. But yeah, all I can say is, wow, because I've lost now. Tanya will know what I mean. Americans probably won't, but I've lost 12 kilograms since I got back here in May. So May, probably around about the end of June, I started properly with the keto, like dirty keto, not proper clean. I have as well. I cut back on all the bad carbs and sugars. Like that is important. Like pasta and crap, pasta, white rice, etc. But I still have some, like less is more. You know what I mean? It's sometimes food, as the Cookie Monster would say. But yeah, give it a. If you're struggling, give it a shot because it's harmless. But do your research. Like, make sure you understand how to take it and what else to take with it. So take. That's the other thing I take with it because it helps it work is turmeric. And yeah, and there you go. Yeah, 12 kilos, Tanya. So I'm not the porker I was in all those videos anymore. Yeah, I've really lost the weight, which is good. I'm hopping off in a minute, Sunny Sock, just in case you. Yes, careful. Catherine's very naughty. Bad influence. Well, yeah, Maisie Rose, I don't think it's just a capsule, so it should just be the gelatin capsules. But if you're struggling with the weight, but you do have to be, like, you can't sit there and eat a box of chocolates and take those. I mean, it'll do its job in regard to the sugar probably, but it's not going to help you lose weight. But the point is you're not hungry. Like, I'm not hungry. Whether I'm just strange and it's affecting me that way, but from all the research I did, it affects everybody that way. They just not hungry, which is great because then you don't have those cravings. You just don't have a craving. So good luck. And we'll see. So I've lost 12 kilo and I hope to lose another 8 and then I'll be happy. Then I'll be happy. But I'm happy anyway. Yeah, sugar is the worst. Sugar itself and any bad carbs like pastry, all the good stuff, cake, pastries, all that stuff. But little bits here and there is okay, isn't it, Enzo? Don't you reckon?
Moderation is the key to all of it. You certainly want to cut out a lot of excess sugar in all of it, but there's no reason why you couldn't have basically overall. You don't necessarily need to completely exterminate certain carbs like your rices and stuff like that. That's kind of okay, but it's still in moderation. It's you. I mean, believe me, my Irish background, I love potatoes.
Oh, I love potatoes.
I love potatoes. But you have to go into a certain range where it's like, okay, only X amount is okay for my current diet. And you have to be real. The big thing is all of this is you have to be realistic about your diet. If you're sitting on ass watching YouTube videos all day, you're not burning a whole lot of calories. So you need to kind of flow back a little bit from what the average is. If you eliminate a lot of excess sugars and carbs and stuff like that, that will certainly help you in the long run.
Well, and that's what I did. So I still look every now and then if I'm out at the shops, and Sunny Sock is the one that does this. My little Sunny Sock. Can we get McDonald's? I go through the drive-through at McDonald's, and the one thing I will get from McDonald's if I go through the drive-through is one of their soft serve cones. Their soft serve. I love their soft serve ice cream, and they've got chocolate soft serve at the moment. Oh. So I will do that. So I do have something naughty. That's what I mean. I do dirty keto. Really, I do. That a little bit, because if you don't, there's no fun. And every now and then I do have pasta or whatever, but not like I used to have pasta maybe 2 or 3 times a week, and then I might make some fried rice and schnitzels and mashed potato, and it wasn't that what I was eating was horribly bad, but it was too much carbs and it just went to sugar. And what pushed me over and made me really stick in and do something was the doctor said you're insulin resistant. That is why you are not losing weight, and that is why you are putting on weight, and that is why counting calories won't make a bunch of difference. It's the insulin resistance, and that's what this is aimed at helping, because it's a natural form of metformin.
I would disagree a little bit there in some of that calories in is calories out. If you convert over to a mostly keto style diet, which is a whole lot more, basically a whole lot less of carbs. If you eliminate a lot of your carbs, that classic keto style diet, you want 20 net grams of carbs per day, per diet, per individual, blah, blah, blah. If you don't want to do the math, just go ahead with the straight carnivore diet. Carnivore diet is the same thing as keto. It's just you don't have to do it.
Yeah, just eggs.
Because
I'm sorry.
If you do the carnivore diet, you don't have to worry about any of the math, and you can go straight keto stuff. And basically what it is it's not necessarily that, well, I'm just eating, not carbs. It's basically what it is your body is designed to survive on a certain amount of fat, certain amount of carbs, certain amount of proteins. Those are your 3 main things for your diet, your primary things. When you go ahead and just kind of slice through that whole carb part, carbs are pretty much your sugars. There are plants that do have a lot of carbs with them. We're talking potatoes, we're talking rice, we're talking basically anything that's not a green leafy vegetable. That's going to be high in carbs. Carbs are what's going to get burned by your body immediately. If you're running marathons, if you're doing a lot of hard work and you need those carbs quite a way, sure, then that's the way to go. For the most of us, that's not the case. Of sitting around on ass playing video games and doing YouTube, testimonials.
YouTube lives for nearly 5 hours. Yeah. Right. No wonder my bum.
That's probably not going to work out for you so well. So you want to cut down those carbs because if your carbs don't compute into immediate energy, it goes straight to fat.
It does, and that's what happens. So, but right. Yeah, so I just thought I'd share what I had been doing and what was working for me. But I've been really strict. Like I've been really strict with myself. And even yesterday, I was out and about. It was much like today. I hadn't had anything to eat. It was 2:00 in the afternoon. I drove past Kentucky Fried Chicken, and I could smell it. And I'm like, oh, no. I just went, no. I wanted it because it smelled good, but I remember that when I buy it, it's greasy anyway, and it never tastes as good as
Right.
I think it's going to. And I just didn't. And normally I probably just would have and regretted it because it never tastes as good as I think it's going to. But yeah, so it's just, I've just been really, really strong with it. I know when in November, when I'm in America, I'm going to have trouble, but I'm still going to try and be good. So I'll make sure that, because the American food I don't get here and I love it, but I'm not going to. I'm going to be really, really good and just, children's size servings, for example, which is all I seem to be able to eat at the moment anyway. So that's a good thing. Yes, I will be a good girl. Oh, no fast food, Catherine. Yep, no. But in Virginia City, there's no fast food anyway. There's just restaurants. There is a great pizza joint, but I won't be having pizza. But I will have their chicken wings because they're the best. Red Dog chicken wings are yum, yum, yum. And there's a beautiful restaurant in Virginia City called the Cider Factory. Oh, and their food is just delicious. So I will go in there and I'll just say to them, look, like I can ask for what I want. They make a beautiful steak and they've got salad. So I'll be okay. I'll be okay. We'll see how it goes. Oh, I'm going to call it a day, guys. I'm getting tired.
What?
I can't believe it. I know. And thank you all for sticking this out. It meant a lot. I've had a good talk. I'm all talked out now. I reckon I could have a nana nap. I could have a nana nap. So I'm sure Sunny Sock is there. Yippee, because I'm finishing. Is there anywhere you need to go, Sunny Sock? Just in case. I'm assuming I've got to go to the shops. I'd say come to Canada, but I don't think there's anything haunted around here. I went to Ontario. I went to my friends are in Ontario. Kevin, Cassie is. I went to Niagara Falls, and that was really interesting. And there's the Old Angel Inn or something, which I can't remember where it is. But I'll find out what Sunny Sock wants. Goodness gracious. It'll be the shops. Yeah, it will be, Tanya. It'll be Sunny Sock needs to go, I need chocolate. I want McDonald's. I bet. Okay. So, yeah, you weren't too far from the falls then. It was awesome to see the Niagara Falls. I only ever see it in movies and stuff. So it was pretty awesome to see it in life. In the real world. I mean, it is in the real world, but, not on telly. It's so, I do need to go to the shops so bad. It's so important. Well, you can see that it's important that Sunny Sock goes to the shops. So I will call it a day. I can't believe, 10 minutes away from 5 hours, Enzo. Far out. Crikey. That's a lot. That's a lot of hours. And all of you gorgeous people have stuck with me, and I have no idea why.
If you had asked us 4 hours ago, it's like, hey, what are we talking about? I don't know. We'll just talk about whatever.
We've managed to talk for almost 5 hours about everything from ghosts to diet. I've managed to upset a few people with my comments on Amy's funhouse.
That's easy to do, and that's okay.
But that's okay. I didn't say anything bad about the Amy. I just said why it upset me watching it. But yeah, I'm tired. Yeah. All right, Catherine, thank you for being here and not drunk. Maisie, thank you for being here and not sleeping. Tanya, as always, thank you.
Person.
Love you. And I appreciate you very much, Tanya. Thank you so much. Kevin, thank you very much for being here. Halifax, I'll have a look at it. Good God. Yeah, Maisie, love you lots. Don't forget to email me. And I will share those photos with Crow. I'll send them to Crow and see if he sees anything I don't. Yeah, what else? That's about all, guys. I'm just pretty tired. Yeah. So thank you, everyone, for staying around, and hope I didn't bore you too much. I don't think we did. They wouldn't be here, would they, Enzo? Many people did leave because I was. Many people did leave because I was obviously too boring, but that's okay. But if someone wants us to talk about or address something, like Enzo and I sort of know about a whole heap of stuff. Like I've got a head that's so full of trivia, you wouldn't believe it. So if there's anything you ever want to ask a question about, ask it.
I can testify. There is a lot of trivial information in there.
You're a smart ass. Oh dear. But thanks, Tanya. All right, guys. Oh, thank you, Catherine. I'm glad I didn't bore anybody. But yeah, probably same time, same channel next week. I can't think of why I won't be here. But yeah, who knows?
I will not be here.
Where are you going? Oh, you're on your thing, aren't you? You're on your.
That's right. Go to BordertownParacon.com. Well, excuse me, BordertownParanormal.com. You can go and see exactly where I'll be. I'll be in the southeast Kansas, northeast Oklahoma, southwest Arkansas. Anyway, we're having this get together, the Bordertown Paranormal Paracon, where we're going to have. Why am I doing this? I'll just share the thing.
Yeah, that's be smarter.
That would be smarter if I knew what the hell I was doing here. If I can find it in the thing. There we go. All right.
There it is.
I will be part of the Bordertown Paracon, where if you're in the southeast Kansas area in the United States, next Saturday, free admission, where we'll have presentations and panels of hauntings, lore, legends, Bigfoots, cryptids, UFOs, aliens, and more. I specifically will be part of the general panels. We'll have specific. You can go to the website there and you can see specifically who will be talking during specific times. I specifically will be chairing.
Tanya's put the link in the chat, so people. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
You can check that out, and if you're in the area, free of charge. You can.
And if you see Enzo across the road, go Enzo.
If you shout out my name, you will certainly get a hug and a kiss, and I will be greatly appreciative. And I certainly will not recognize you afterwards. It was we are. It is just this specific area of Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and the surrounding area. There's something strange going on in this area. I have several fans in that southeast Kansas area that have done some research and are current researchers right now that screw everything that you hear about Skinwalker Ranch. This is way crazier than anything that goes on there. There's a lot of wacky stuff that goes on there. But this is a general region, kind of a paracon that we have going on there. Everybody's welcome. One day only, free of charge. Swing on by, free admission. You can. We'll be talking all day long. I'll personally be part of, honestly, most of the open conversation parts that we'll have. We have specific people that will talk about your cryptids, it'll talk about your ghosts, it'll talk about your UFOs, it'll talk about all of the things that don't fall into any of those. And I'll be in the follow-ups for all of those, and where we'll certainly engage all the people that are out there in the audience. Honestly, I want to hear every single person's story out there, but There are free door prizes. There are certainly prizes there for if you're a UFO person, if you're a cryptid person, if you're a ghost person. There are specific prizes that you can win at the door through a ticket that you can buy there at the door, and you will get amazing stuff. So please, if you're in the area, swing on by Bordertown Paracon at bordertownparanormal.com. Please swing on by. I would love to see you.
Yes. So you will not see Enzo next week on this back channel
I will
because
not
he'll be, because Saturday for you is my Sunday, but he has to travel. So, but you will see me, and who knows who else. We'll see. Might just be me. Imagine having to be stuck with me. But yeah, we'll see. But hopefully I'll get that episode out I talked about, and you guys can watch that and then see what you reckon. And everyone's excited because you said if they see you that you will give them a hug and a kiss. So there you go.
I will give you a hug and a kiss.
All right, I'm going to end this, guys. I'm really exhausted. I'm tired. I never thought I'd say I was that tired because I've spoken so much, but that's what it is because I've sat still for 5 hours now, Enzo. 5 hours now. Woo-hoo. All right. Okay. So, yeah, so check that out if you are in the area. And so I'll talk to you through the week, no doubt, Enzo, and you can fill me in on, like, I'll touch base with you when you're there. That'd be cool. What did you say? I wouldn't mind seeing, Bigfoot. Maisie, go to bed. All right, Tanya, you go get something done too. It must be near tea time for you. Crikey, you're 2 hours ahead. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you so much. And thank you guys for hanging out. And I am going now before I think of something else to say. Love you lots, and I'll see you next week. And be safe and all that. And I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Oi.